Attleboro to order. Would you please join me, stand and join me in the salute to the flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. I'd ask those of you in the audience, my fellow councilors, if you have a cell phone or electronic device, if you'd please shut it off at this time because it does interfere with AACS's broadcast. Thank you very much. I would entertain a motion to approve the records of December 6, 2014.
Second?
16. We will have
16.
16. Thank you.
Well,
That's it. First mistake will go to the last. This calls for a roll call vote, and we'll start with Mr. Denley.
usually it's just a voice.
No, it's just a voice.
Voice.
Roll call.
Just a-
tonight. Mr. Denley, please.
Voice vote. It's the suspension, it's the next one.
That's fine. Voice vote.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. I'm going to suspend the rules this evening because the council will take a brief recess so that the Capital Improvements and City Development Committee will meet after the public hearing. This we will start as a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Denley.
Mr. Denley. Sorry. Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti. Oops, he's not here yet. Mr. Waite.
Here. Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes. Motion
Nine.
passes.
9 yeas, 0 nays.
Trying to slow things down. I move to continue the public hearing relative to the layout of Acceptance Roadway D, Opportunity Drive, to the council meeting of February 3rd, 2015.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Joint public hearing, Harvard Street. The council chamber standing room and annex room allows for a maximum capacity of 202 people. That includes everybody in the building, including board members, council members, secretary, city clerk, and any meeting that happens to be going on upstairs. That's the state law. If we reach the maximum capacity of 202 people, the joint public hearing will have to be postponed or continued to be held at a larger facility if there are more, just to repeat, if there's more than 202 people, which we're nowhere near that capacity at this point. Ms. Chakra, would you please read the notice of the joint public hearing?
Joint public hearing relative to the application of the Attleboro Municipal Council, 77 Park Street, Attleboro, Mass. For the discontinuance plan of a portion of Harvard Street by E. Otis Dyer, 368 Fairview Avenue, Rehoboth, Mass. Identified as parcel A, 880 square feet, being located on Assessors Plat number 90, bounded by Plat 90, lots 230, 231, 232, and 233, and Plat 91, lot 6B.
Thank you, Ms. Chakra. Also, there's any person appearing before the council, please address the council as a whole and not an individual councilor. Thank you. Those in support of the discontinuance of a portion of Harvard Street will speak first. Each person shall come to the podium and give their name and address. With large groups of residents, it is recommended that you may consider selecting members of your group to speak. A maximum of 90-minute time period is given to hear those in support. Those in opposition of the discontinuance, of a portion of Harvard Street will speak next. Each person shall come to the podium and give their name and address. With large groups of residents, it is recommended that you may consider selecting members of your group to speak. A maximum of 90-minute period will be given to hear those in opposition. Those speaking neither for nor against the discontinuance of a portion of Harvard Street shall speak last. Each person shall come to the podium and give their name and address. A maximum of 30-minute time period is given to hear those neither for nor against. A sign-in sheet is being circulated among the audience so that all in attendance can sign in either in support or opposition, and this will be made part of the public record. In addition, any statements read into the record should be given to the administrative assistant, which is our Linda Alger in the side office. It would be helpful if the statements read into should also be emailed to the council. Is there any, okay.
Excuse me, Mr. President?
Yes.
Did you want to mention why President Cook isn't here this evening?
Yes, thank you very much. That wasn't in my notes, but President Cook is acting mayor for the city. Our Mayor Kevin Dumas is in Washington, D.C., and he will not be returning till late Thursday night. I, as Vice President, as acting President this evening, so give me a little slack. Okay. Is there anybody to speak in favor? Please come to the podium. Is
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Please state your name and address to the city clerk. Thank you.
My name is Marion Cote. I am a resident of Harvard Street, and my address is 1 Harvard Street.
Thank you, Ms. Cote.
Okay. I am against the opening of Harvard Street for the convenience of the Fian parents. The Fian parents driving to school to drop off their children have 3 other roadways by which to access the school: Stobbs Drive, Holcott Drive, and Commonwealth Avenue. Because they choose not to use the available streets should not require that our street and our safety be sacrificed for their convenience. 14 years ago, Fian bulldozed through to access the end of our dead-end street, and then directed both cars and school buses down it without conversation and without consideration for the neighborhood nor the safety of the residents. Yet now that they have decided to reopen the issue, safety is the word most often used by their claims, and yet they have put forth nothing to support that claim. Using the word does not make it true. However, safety becomes a huge concern for a small neighborhood street populated by elderly residents and young families. For Fian, I do not see an issue of safety, but rather an issue of convenience. And convenience for all those non-Attleboro residents should not outweigh our concerns and should not endanger our neighborhood. Secondly, I would like to take exception to something that has been reported in the papers as a compromise. I believe it has been presented by such as our friends at Fian, and it has been widely reported this way. The idea of limiting the access to the street came about only after it was pointed out to Attorney Casey and to Mr. Servant on our first meeting in June that by opening the street 24 hours a day, 7 days a week as proposed, they would create a desirable cut-through right across their own campus for anyone trying to save a few minutes and get to the highway. It was obvious from the looks on their faces that neither one had even considered the prospect of that moment for that consideration. Curiously, though, by the next meeting, the new idea of restricting access was presented as a compromise. It was not a compromise for our benefit, and it had nothing to do with any of our concerns. However, something I do find concerning is that there seems to be a complete lack of understanding regarding the consequences of their own actions and how those actions would impact their own safety, let alone ours, and in turn making me wonder how well thought out this whole project was from the get-go. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time.
One moment, Ms. Cody. Is there any questions or anything for this young lady? Thank you, Ms. Cody.
Did you want to remind her to bring a letter to?
Excuse me?
Did you want to remind her to submit her letter to?
I'll take care of that.
My name is Michael McHugh. I live at 3 Harvard Street. I am a first-time homeowner, first-time father. We bought this house under the expectation that the gate was for emergency uses only. That's what we were informed of when we bought the house. Being a resident, I have my own personal reasons for not allowing the gate to be opened and used as a throughway for the students and parents to drop off their children. But since this is a city decision, I have some information that may help the council with the reasons the city should discontinue the road. To address my views, I have a report that was published. I don't know if should I give it to someone?
Yes.
There's a bunch of copies there. It's published concerning the quality of life in neighborhoods. All of these streets in our neighborhood would be affected by this, not just the residents of Harvard. There's Yale and Tufts. They're also affected by the fact that this road would be opened up. The school's proposal to take traffic from a non-residential road, Stobbs Drive, and purposely put it through a residential neighborhood completely baffles me. It makes no sense to me. In the study, it states that over half of the pedestrian deaths over 10 years considered in that study occurred on neighborhood streets. It was 55% if I'm correct. With contributing factors that apply, including adequate sidewalks and crossings, which we do not have. We do not have continuous sidewalks all the way across. We have a couple houses that have sidewalks in front of them. And we have no crossing markings in front of our street, pretty much. We have the normal bent curb, but that's about it. Whereas Stobbs Drive has both of those. It has a steady sidewalk all the way from North Street, North Ave, all the way up to the school. It also suggests that a typical 2-lane road can accommodate a traffic volume of 1,000 vehicle trips per day without any significant adverse effect to the quality of life. With 18 homes, using the numbers in that study, it's 180 trips currently, which is no problem. But you add on to that the up to 600 cars going in the morning, 600 cars going out in the afternoon. I highlighted in there the small shopping mall, considering that would be a good leeway because there's not continuous traffic, but there's enough mass quantities at one time to be considered. But that would bring us over the 1,000 adequate vehicle trips in my mind. In the after, sorry about this. Still to bring up, they have an access point 500 feet away that is on a road that has no houses on it whatsoever on Stobbs Drive, coming from north to the entrance of the high school. And from the entrance, from North Ave to the entrance of the high school on our road, they would be passing the 9 houses that are on our road, plus the 9 that are on the other road, affecting their commute and traffic. I believe that the increase in traffic adversely affects the quality of life, safety, and may reduce the value of our property, affecting the taxes in the town and how that affects the income on the other side. As for my personal reasons, I bought this house expecting to raise my child on a safe, dead-end street. From my own experience growing up, I've lived on a busy street in New Jersey, and I've lived on a dead-end cul-de-sac in Virginia. And I have firsthand knowledge of the incredible freedom and security of being on a dead-end street when you're a kid, being able to consider traffic but not have to worry about it constantly. The main factor I brought this house in Attleboro is because it was on a dead-end street. I bought this house in April, and then literally the next month they said they were going to open it up. It was not the best time. Also, if they propose, as they propose, to enforce the traffic going in one direction through our road and out on the in the afternoon, I put forth that they try at first directing the traffic in their own, with their current entrances and exits that they have through Holcott and through Stobbs, directing people to come in that way. I put forth an idea verbally to Mr. Servant when I was there at the meeting. I have a rough drawing of what it was at that point, as allowing the people that came in from Stobbs to go, basically instead of going through to Holcott, have the people come in from Holcott go down through the center of the school and back out through Holcott, and the people coming from Stobbs, they lose 4 parking spots going around the parking lot on the west side of the building, around and back out. Given I'm not an engineer or anything, but it just made sense that none of the crossing traffic patterns that they suggested were the safety concern in the meetings would be involved. No traffic would cross at all. It would be a rotary on pretty much both sides of the building. There's now, sorry. To sum it up, pretty much, I'm adding my voice to the opinion that you should discontinue the road because Fian has adequate entrances and exits in my mind, and they did not consider the effect they would be taking drivers, some of whom are only a year or less into driving, and parents. Parents should be able to, decent drivers, but it's teenage drivers. I was a teenager, everybody was a teenager. You don't consider your surroundings as much. And they put them from an uninhabited road and direct them straight through a residential area on purpose. It just makes no sense to me, and that's why I made my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from my fellow councilors or the planning board? Thank you very much. And would you please, I know that's a written statement.
Yeah.
Would you please, and the lady that was up previous, before you leave this evening, you don't have to run right up. If you give that to our administrative assistant, I appreciate it.
No, I just wrote my name on it.
What were you, number 3, Barbara?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Is there anybody else to speak in favor?
Good evening. My name is Tom Dyan. I'm a resident of 17 Harvard Street. I have lived in that neighborhood for over 40 years, the last 27 at 17 Harvard Street. Using Harvard Street as an entrance to the high school was a bad idea 50 years ago. It was a bad idea 13 years ago, and it continues to be a bad idea today. I believe in this day and age, it would be nearly impossible to find a designer of a high school that would configure a 700-foot straight road through a thickly settled residential street as an acceptable entrance to a high school. The road as it currently sits is not wide enough. It lacks sidewalks, and for the hundreds of cars to travel over it twice a day would be unsafe. 13 years ago, the sitting city council started to talk about discontinuing the end of the street. The plan was scrapped when then fire chief spoke up that the gate should remain for emergency purposes and that he was always opposed to dead-ending any streets officially in the city of Attleboro. Anyone who has driven down the street during school hours would notice that there are now, and have continued to be for the last 13 years, 3 parking spaces on the school side of the gate. Those spaces are used daily, and anyone in public safety would understand that the chances of finding the owners of those cars blocking the gate and having them move during an emergency would be next to impossible. When I purchased my land on Harvard Street from a longtime neighbor, now deceased R.J. Small, in 1987, and I had my house built a year later, the only thing Mr. Small ever told me about the end of the street was to never voluntarily allow the school to use the road. He indicated the road was shut down on an agreement between the school and the neighborhood. And here we find ourselves asking help from the city council so the school does not use the road. So much for verbal agreements. I get it, they're not binding in Massachusetts. The situation has a bit of a David and Goliath feel to it. As it was stated, there are currently close to 1,100 students attending the school. It's a private school, tuition is very high, and I'm not a math student, but if even 100 students are on scholarship, do the math, 1,000 times what their tuition is, they got the money over there. I've looked at the homes in my working class neighborhood, and no one certainly has that kind of money. I also have to ask where else a private entity is allowed to have such control over a public way as the school has proposed, indicating they would only use the gate twice daily while school is in session. Are they going to place an electronic signboard where the dead-end sign used to be on North Ave to indicate to the public when the gate is in use, kind of like Bob Kraft up at Foxborough? I would ask if this council decides against discontinuing the street, then please allocate the necessary funds to bring the road up to today's safety standards and put in place restrictions so we do not have to worry about if the road will be used whenever the school feels like it. The school has done many, many construction projects in the last 15 years right off of Stobbs Drive. They've built Walsh Field, new tennis courts, and they rehabbed the old convent. The school has always had the ability to put a road in from the middle of Stobbs Drive that would access the parking lot that abuts Harvard Street. The school had and continues to have choices to run their campus safely without using Harvard Street as yet another entrance. Please vote for the discontinuance of the school end of Harvard Street. Thank you so much.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Just 1 second, sir. Does anybody have any questions of Speaker? Planning Board, Council? No. Thank you very much. And
I'll give it to
I looked at it, I was like, I didn't put my name anywhere.
you. You're good.
Thanks so much.
thank you. Yes, ma'am.
My name is Megan McHugh, and I live at 3 Harvard Street. My husband just spoke a few minutes ago, and I'm sure some of what I'm going to say is going to be a repeat of what he has to say, and probably you're going to hear a lot of the same things over and over again from the residents of Harvard Street, so bear with us, but I think we are a group of rational people. I think regardless of what I've read in some of the local media that kind of paints the situation as very much an us versus them, I think really it's more about the safety of everybody. So I wrote a little bit of an essay here. I'm probably going to just kind of pare it down a little. As residents of Harvard Street, it's no surprise that my husband and I are against the opening of this tiny, quiet, dead-end street to major influx of traffic. But it's my hope when the council makes a decision about the discontinuance of our street, they will understand that this is not a neighborhood of unreasonable people, as some people may paint it. This is not us versus them. It's about the safety of our neighbors, fee included. My husband and I began our search for our home about a year ago when we found out we were expecting our first child. We were living in an apartment in Malden, and we knew we didn't want to raise our son in a busy city. The hunt for a community to call home was on. We amassed a list of must-haves for our new hometown. It needed to be commuter-friendly as we both work in Boston, quality schools were non-negotiable, and it needed to have a local culture and homes that were fairly priced and low crime. For our home in particular, we wanted plentiful outdoor space, a home with character, and a quiet, safe neighborhood for our son to play in. Weighing out all this criteria brought us to Attleboro and ultimately to our home on Harvard Street. That our home is situated on 2 dead-end streets was the major selling point for us, so you can imagine how shocked we were to learn after unpacking our boxes that this plan was in place. Still, we wanted to be good neighbors, so I promise you, we went to this meeting with open minds. We really did. We're new to the community, so we weren't sure how everything would be affected with the traffic. But after sitting through 2 meetings, I can tell you that we were not convinced that this is actually the best plan. As you can see from the studies that my husband brought, there's so many other options that they could have sought. Sorry, excuse me. First, when we talk about Harvard Street, it needs to be understood that we're also talking about Yale and Tufts, so it's not just our 9-house subdivision, as one article put it. There are almost 20 households with people with small children like us, retirees, the elderly, working families. Because there are no sidewalks, really, there's a couple houses that have a chunk of sidewalk, but that's not a sidewalk because you have to get off it and get onto the street. All the children that live in our neighborhood must walk in the street to go to the bus stop. So even if we do this compromise, that's the exact time that all of the kids are going to be walking in the street to go to school. Even things like walking a dog, that has to happen in the street because there are no sidewalks. This street was not designed for heavy traffic. Adding hundreds of cars into the mix on a daily basis puts everyone at risk. It was once suggested by Fian's legal counsel that perhaps we could just refrain from doing certain activities during this compromised time, which honestly, while it's insulting, it's also not realistic. I'm not going to say to my son, sorry, you have to wait until after Fian kids get to school before you can walk to your bus stop. That's not going to fly with his school bus, and it's not going to fly with me as a parent. It was also noted at one meeting that the police chief had mentioned at some point potentially putting speed bumps on Harvard if this plan goes through. My question is, why would I move from the convenience of living in Boston where I worked to try to move to a quiet, calm neighborhood if I'm not going to live in a place that's so unsafe that speed bumps have to be put outside of my house? That is not what we signed on for. Representatives from Fian will come here tonight and they'll say that they have a traffic study that finds the opening of Harvard Street is the best for alleviating their congested parking lot. But the full results of the study were never released to the residents of Harvard. And by their own admission, the study didn't look at the traffic patterns on any of the streets that surround Fian, only inside of their parking lot. To me, I don't understand how you could ever know that that was useful information for actually moving cars in and out of your school, only moving them around in your parking lot. It'd be irresponsible of both Fian and the city to let this plan go through and not discontinue the street without first conducting a proper study of the neighborhood as a whole. The concept of student safety has been referred to many times by Fian. Recently, Mr. Servant said that the safety of his students is equal to the residents of Harvard, and of course it is. No one in our neighborhood thinks the students shouldn't be safe. But when we looked at our house, as Mr. Dion just said, when we looked at our house, they noted that the gate was for emergencies, but there are always cars in front of it, so clearly it's not a useful emergency gate either. I can't speak for my neighbors, but I doubt any of them would want to deny services to Fian students if they needed to get through with a fire truck or something. Of course, that would be fine. No one's saying that the Fian can never use the street for a dire emergency, as was suggested in some venues I've read. Quite the opposite of opening this road seems to be a surefire way to place students at more risk. Not only is our street too narrow, it's probably the last street to be plowed in the entire city, which is a real concern, especially with a heavy amount of traffic coming. This last snowstorm, Harvard was an icy mess that only got better once the temperatures finally rose and the ice melted. If you're going to not discontinue the street, then you're going to have to talk as a city and figure out how to get Harvard at the top of the list to have the more plowing. Is probably going to, I don't know if that's a budgetary concern or what, but it's not safe to have 300 people zipping in and out currently if there's bad weather. I don't think anyone plowed the entire storm. Also, the location of Harvard Street places everyone at additional risk. Harvard Street meets north on a bend. I've been driving for 14 years and I still find it kind of tricky to pull in and out, so funneling more traffic onto Harvard from stops could create a bigger backup and is going to create just bigger issues as far as I can tell, but there hasn't been a comprehensive study, so who knows. The last thing I wanted to say is that they had mentioned that this gate would only be open for those hour and a half in the afternoon, in morning, and in the evening, and that it would be policed by potentially a teacher who stands outside. By their own admission, in both meetings that they had with residents, people could easily choose to exit on Harvard without much, if any, consequence. There's really nothing you can do if you're a teacher standing outside and there's a car flying by you. What are you going to do? There'd be no way to enforce this not being a cut through, and anyone could cut across their campus easily. A few months back, I'd reached out to the mayor with these concerns, and I'm thankful that I've had the opportunity to share them with you guys tonight. It's important to me as your elected voices that you understand this isn't just about a few of us being resistant to change. It's more about not just about the safety of my own son, which of course it is, but the safety of all the children who go to Fian too.
Thank you, Ms. Do I have any questions from my fellow councilors or planning board members? Hearing none. Thank you very much.
Can you pass that to
Hi, my name is Pam Full, and I live at 16 Harvard Street. I'm here before the City Council to plead with you to discontinue Harvard Street once and for all. This street has been closed for 50 years, except for a week back in 2001 when Mr. Servant opened it. There was a gentleman's handshake back in the early 60s to keep the street closed after a child was hit by a car. The gentleman, who was our neighbor, gave the diocese land to square off the land to fee in this agreement. I bought my house a little over 30 years ago, knowing it was a dead end, and tonight I saw the dead end sign still there. Can anyone tell me where Harvard Street ends? If it does into a parking lot, then the street doesn't end. All new neighbors have bought in recent years knowing that the street is a dead end, should they sue their realtors or the city. There are laws about emptying or entering a parking lot into a residential area. Tommy Diane's driveway is less than 30 feet from the mouth of the land that's open. Every winter, snow is plowed right to the gate, both on both sides, in the parking lot and on our street, which doesn't make it an emergency exit. It couldn't be used in that way. Cars also park right in front of the gate. There are parking lines there. Mr. Servant's study he had offered in his meeting didn't show anything. There were no numbers to show. Sorry. How many cars come and go, how many kids get dropped off, how many are from out of state, and how many cars stay for the day. Stops Drive has no houses on it, so I don't know why you need our street. My husband comes home at 5:30, 6 o'clock from Holden Street. Traffic is backed up for as far as you can see going north and south, but they don't get a light like Fan did. Unfortunately, this won't be over. There is always something else that they want. How many times do the taxpayers of Attleboro have to pay for things for a private school when we need money for our own public schools? So please end this once and for all. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Do any of my fellow councilors or planning board members have any questions? This lady? Hearing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, excuse me, sir, before you, we have a clipboard that's supposedly being passed. Okay, would you see if you can circulate that if anybody wants it? That's some inquiry. And before you leave tonight, that'll be available at the back of the room for anybody that hasn't signed it, wishing to sign it before you leave. Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate your patience. And so here we are, 14 years doing this again. It was about 14 years ago that many of us addressed the council with regard to...
Name and address, please.
Stephen Cote, 1 Harvard Street. Resident of Harvard Street for about 16 years.
Thank you, Mr. Cote.
COT. So it was about 14 years ago that we went through this process with regard to the opening of Harvard Street, and both sides expressed their concerns. And here we are again, 14 years later. So it seems to me that there's been, I guess you would say, a coveting of the access of Harvard Street for quite a period of time, and here we are again to deal with this issue that the residents feel is just one of safety for both sides, which I'll allude to or cover here. It's not my intention to go blow by blow as to what transpired in 2001, but basically it was in August of 2001 when, without any prior notification or warning, we noticed a lot of activity at the end of Harvard Street and workmen taking down essentially what was a dirt berm that separated the parking lot from Harvard Street. No one knew what was going on. I think a number of residents made calls to the fee and administration to find out what was happening. We received very little or no response or explanation as to what was going on. And it became clear to us, because of a lack of response, it was our impression that the intention was to breach the berm and then open the street to traffic 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for school traffic, bus traffic, trash collection, delivery vehicles, weekend sporting events, you name it. For whatever reason a vehicle needs to go in and out of the inn would now be subject to, Harvard Street would be subject to that. So the berm, in my view, kind of served as somewhat of a levee to protect the residents from a Katrina-like flood of traffic that we expected to see coming out of Harvard Street, out of Fee and down Harvard Street. that would negatively, in my view, in our view, impact Harvard, Yale, and Tufts. So over the course of a few weeks, many of you may remember, we presented our side, the administration presented their side, and we came to the conclusion that a traffic light would be installed at Holcott. The emergency gate that was put up would be left in place. That was fine with the residents. We were more than happy to have an emergency gate allow access to the Feehan campus in the event of a fire or any other emergency. That was certainly fine with us, and for most of us, we felt that was pretty much it, and we were done. So here we are now, where Feehan has made the case that they need to open this gate for reasons of public safety. Primarily, the initial impression that most of us got, it was really an issue of campus safety, not so much resident safety. But in this case, they did send out a letter inviting us to attend a meeting where they were going to present their case. So we attended the meeting, and the decision to open the roadway was supported by a study done by an engineering firm, which, when we learned of this, we expected we would see a detailed traffic study, a handout, traffic flow, traffic calming, all the issues related. I'm not an engineer, I'm not a traffic engineer, I'm not a civil engineer, but all the issues that typically anyone affecting a roadway, what the impact would be on the surrounding neighborhoods and how the traffic would be handled internal to the campus and what their expectation was external to the campus. The meeting came, there were no handouts, which was surprising. There was a lot of questions. There was an aerial view of the campus, and Attorney Casey explained as best he could what the traffic pattern flow would be, and I think in the view of most of the residents, it was pretty vague. So we didn't leave with a very good feeling as to what the actual plan was. Basically, in our view, it was open the gates and let's see what happens. Over the next couple of weeks, some information was released to residents that showed some information that I think came from the study, but in our view was a redacted or an abridged version of the actual study. What we wanted to see was the report as it was published by the engineering firm, in its binder, in total, not excerpted, and not presented in such a way to sort of support the argument going in for the study that this is what we want to do, please come up with a study that supports our argument. That was the sense that many of us got in looking at the findings. And I understand, I'm not a Feehan parent, but I understand traffic is brutal getting into the campus, and I'm in a hurry in the morning. I want to get in and out quick. I want to get there, drop my kid off, and leave because I got to go to work too. And if I'm paying a fairly high tuition, in my view, I probably feel, yeah, I want to get in there as quickly and get out of there as quickly as I possibly can. And in my view, if you would look at it, this is a business. This is a business that wants to grow, wants to expand. And in order to achieve whatever their future expansion plans are, which is not entirely clear to the residents, in their view, it requires opening Harvard Street. I think most of you have probably traveled down Harvard Street to sort of get a sense of what's going on. Last winter, if you came down at all, Harvard Street is fairly narrow, especially towards the end where the gate is. In the wintertime, it can be very snow-packed, icy. To me, that presents a safety hazard for both residents and students and anyone coming in and out of Harvard Street. From what we've seen in our own experience for students being dropped off, we sometimes see in the mornings parents taking their children down Harvard Street to avoid having to wait in line. And frankly, many of them travel down that roadway at a fairly high rate of speed, more than what is acceptable for the neighborhood. And they go down, they turn around our neighbor's driveway, they come down at a fairly high rate of speed, and we just see that as an example of what is likely going to be a 10x or a 20x magnification of a potentially serious traffic problem should this discontinuance not be supported. It has been stated, and a couple of my neighbors also mentioned, the issue with the gate, and the issue has always been, at least from what we've been told, the reason we need to do this is campus safety. There has been mention of the gate, and I have for you, if you would like, there's been reference to vehicles that park at the emergency gate. I have 2 sets of photographs that show pictures of vehicles parked in front of the emergency gate. The date and time is on the back of the photograph. If anyone wants an electronic copy of these images, I can send them to you. The date and the time is embedded in the digital image. So if you want that, I can send that.
Do you want these particular ones returned to you this
You can
evening?
keep these.
Thank you.
Keep those. In my view, this refutes any issue with regard to safety. You cannot park vehicles in front of an emergency gate in the event of a fire, a multiple car accident, hazardous chemical spill, whatever the case might be. If this was an interior emergency exit in a building, the owners would be cited. You couldn't put up a bookcase in front of an emergency exit and block exit to the street. My argument is essentially this is what's being done here. And the fact that lines are painted there, the administration has acquiesced to this. They're permitting this to happen. Yet they're coming before us tonight telling us that the reason we need to open the gate is one of safety. You can draw your own conclusions, but we're not fine. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. 1 minute, please.
Sure.
Is there anyone, my fellow councilors or the planning board, wish to address this gentleman? Thank you very much, and I see you've already given a copy.
I have.
Thank you very much.
Your time.
Is there anybody else to speak in favor? You come to the podium and give our clerk your name and address, please.
Hello, I'm Gretchen Robinson. I live at 1 Wood Street in Attleboro, and Wood Street is between Hazelwood and Bridget Way. They're all a series of dead ends. And I have to tell you how fast people go. They just see that straight away and they just zoom right down it. I would in no way see opening up a small road like Harvard Street. It just does not make sense. And if you look at all the street maps in Attleboro, there are dozens and dozens and probably over 100 dead ends. And so I think this is bigger than one small neighborhood. I think this is it's touched me. I'm about a half a mile from Harvard Street. I wouldn't want a cut through to a business going through, particularly a business that is right in the middle of a neighborhood. And, it's grown up together. And so we're faced with almost an inevitable problem. So if you look in other communities, because this goes on in every other community across the country, and you see how people have solved these problems, you will see that there are ways to solve it without opening up a dead end. And there are things that can be done if the school, in this case, has the will to do it and to take into consideration the quality of life of these residents, which could be any of us, depending on the accident of where we bought our homes. I worked as a hospital and then a hospice chaplain. I did my hospital training as a chaplain at the Miriam Hospital. Anybody know the Miriam Hospital in the neighborhood there? Okay, that likewise was established in a neighborhood. It was very small, and as the city of Providence grew, and as the hospital grew, and as medicine took over to become the big business that it is, it got bigger and bigger. And finally, the neighbors said, we're not going to put up with this. This is destroying our quality of life. And, the hospital is doing a good thing. Bishop Finn is doing a good thing. They're educating people. The hospital is helping people who are sick. So how do we solve these problems? Unfortunately, it went to Providence, I guess, and there was a lot of meetings, there was a lot of discussion, there was a lot of adversarial comment back and forth. And what happens now is there has to be a meeting with the residents if they want anything to go forth. And I would just continue to say that one of the major issues was, where are all these hundreds of employees going to park? You know, they're coming in, they're working long shifts. Where are they going to park? They don't want to spend another 15 or 20 minutes getting to and from their jobs, you know, parking at a distance. What happened was the Miriam Hospital had to put in a big parking lot down on North Main Street in Providence. And so all of their employees take a van, a bus that goes around 24/7 and brings their employees in and out. And so you don't just work an 8-hour shift, you work an 8 or 9-hour shift when you figure in you're getting back and forth to your parking. Now, I understand that we want to give our children the best. Our high school students the best. You want to give them best education, the best possible provision that they can excel in their work. But we also have to think about having a certain balance here. You know, when these kids get out and they get out of high school, they will soon figure out that the world does not revolve around them. And particularly as a school that's based on a religious mission, you know, there is a, you know, I'm talking like a chaplain now. We are here to serve one another. We are here to sacrifice at times. And I personally don't think it's too much of a sacrifice for a high school kid to park at Haywood Field or at Dobbs Drive and walk in. Kids that have handicaps, they can get special dispensation, okay? There are things that can be done when we start looking for solutions. And somebody said earlier, this seems like a David and Goliath thing. And I haven't heard the other side yet, but I would just hope that we have everyone's best interest in heart, and that we go forward. And I have a letter that's coming out in the Sun Chronicle one of these days, and I've said some of the things I've said tonight. And I just don't like it when two groups are pushing head to head. I just think we need to collaborate and cooperate and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment, please. Any of my fellow councilors have any questions, or members of the planning board? Thank you very much. And that was a free speaker.
verbal.
All verbal. Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor? Anyone else here to speak in favor? Seeing none, is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Name and address for city clerk, Mr. Casey.
President, members of the council, Mr. Chairman, and members of the planning board, my name is Edward Casey. I have an office at 8 North Main Street in Attleboro, and I represent Bishop Fian, one of the schools of the Diocese of Fall River, in this effort to suggest that it would be inappropriate, that it would be wrong to discontinue this portion of Harvard Street, thereby denying an existing legal right possessed by Bishop Fian to utilize Harvard Street. The arguments in opposition will be presented first by the following individuals. Christopher Servin, as he is the president of Bishop Fian High School. Chris will tell you a little bit about himself, and he'll talk about the school, its history, and its important role in the last 50 years of the story of Attleboro. He will also lay to rest those concerns expressed by some that the effort to use Harvard Street is merely prequel to a campaign to enlarge the school. Let me be clear. The only plans that exist are to modernize the gym and locker rooms. Our second speaker is Maureen Schlebeck, a professional engineer employed by McMahon Associates in that firm's Taunton office. Maureen is a traffic engineer with many years of experience dealing with a variety of transportation matters. Maureen will tell you that she was hired to review the traffic conditions on the school campus and on the surrounding roads and tasked with developing alternatives that would allow for safer and more efficient travel on the campus and on the roads getting to and from the campus. The third speaker will be James Castro of Castro, Thresher, and Oliveira. He's a certified public accountant, an alumnus of Bishop Fan, a local resident, and a trusted city financial advisor. He will speak to some of the financial benefits that accrue to the city as a consequence of the existence of the school. Now, if you're wondering, why is Chris going to speak to the history of Bishop Fan? But Jim Castro is going to talk about finances. It's for these reasons. To eliminate some of the misconceptions about Fan that I believe exist in this room. That as a private Catholic high school, it is separate and apart from this community. And that its presence here in Attleboro is more burden than it is benefit. So whatever you think you know about Bishop Fan, whatever your preconceptions are about Bishop Fan, I ask that you set them aside and approach this public hearing with an open mind. That's especially important because, as I will get to in a few moments, you're sitting like judges here. You're tasked with adjudging whether public convenience and necessity require the discontinuance of this street. So how do we find ourselves here tonight? Well, as Chris will tell you, it started when the school administration realized that there were some potential safety issues with the type of traffic and the movement of that traffic on the school campus. On any given day, there are school buses, there are students driving their vehicles, there are students being dropped off by their parents and friends, and there are students making their way from parked cars across lanes of traffic and into the school. Chris engaged Maureen to study the situation. And as she will explain, she developed alternative plans to improve the safety of traffic on the campus and as vehicles enter and leave the campus. Now, it is undisputed that Bishop Fan has a legal right to use Harvard Street. City Solicitor John Lee said so some 14 years ago. Recently, City Solicitor Robert Mangiarotti has said so. And I, too, researched the issue and came to the same conclusion, that Harvard Street is a public way to which Bishop Fan has a legal right of access, at least for the moment. Bishop Fan might have reviewed Maureen's work and proceeded with the plans to use Harvard Street. After all, it has the legal right to do so. But Chris Servant thought it appropriate to explain to the neighbors what the school wished to do. This past June, the neighbors on Harvard Street and Holcott Drive were invited to meet with him to learn about the school's plans. The neighbors on Harvard Street expressed their concerns, and after listening to those concerns, Bishop Fan revised the proposal to limit the use of Harvard Street to a brief period in the morning and again in the afternoon. And despite what Mrs. McMahon said a few moments ago, that the only reason that we revised the plan was to address the possibility of having it turned into a throughway, that is not my recollection, and I know that it isn't Chris Servant's recollection. This was an effort on the part of Bishop Fian to, best we could, address the concerns about constant use of Harvard Street. We live in a world that changes each day. We change each day. And we learn to adapt to those changes, some of which are welcomed and some of which we resist. And it's been my experience that when interests collide, but people bring goodwill and mutual respect to negotiations, some form of compromise is achievable. Such has not been our case. This summer, as a courtesy to you and to the city administration, Bishop Fian declared its intention to make use of Harvard Street in the way it had described to the neighbors. To my surprise, some city officials said that the plan was dead on arrival before even listening to the details of the plan. Now, it is true, and I will acknowledge it publicly right now, that there were plans provided to the city administration that were an excerpt of those plans that were generated by Maureen. That was not done intentionally to deprive you of all of the information. In fact, within a week or so, I provided to Councilor Perica that full set of plans. So if there is some question whether or not there was an effort by Bishop Fian to deceive the council or to deceive the city administration, that is not the case. And as Maureen will testify to in a few moments, she was instructed to come forward, analyze the situation without regard to cost, and develop what she believed to be the best plan for safety, the traffic movement on the campus. So back to how we get to this point. The Municipal Council voted to have a plan prepared showing the discontinuance of a portion of Harvard Street, right at the end of Harvard Street at the edge of Bishop Fian's property, and schedule this public hearing. So what's the legal theory? Here I am, a lawyer, and I've gotten around only now to talking about legal theory. Chapter 82, Section 21 of the General Laws establishes a legal basis for the Municipal Council to lay out, to modify, and to discontinue public ways. Our own city ordinance, Section 16-2, entitled Streets and Ways, gives this council, this municipal council, the authority to lay out, to alter, to relocate, or discontinue streets or ways. The legal standard for such action is also contained in the ordinance and reads in Section 16-2.3 as follows. If after such public hearing, the municipal council shall adjudge that public necessity and convenience require the improvement, it shall proceed to lay out, alter, relocate, or discontinue such street or way. In order for you to vote in favor of this proposal, you must adjudge that public necessity and convenience require that action. We do not use the word adjudge in daily conversation. Even lawyers and judges don't use it in daily conversation. But the intentional use of a not so often used word, like adjudge, which as you know means judge, find, pronounce, or rule, is to alert you to the importance of what it is that you're going to do. I suggest that it is intended to remind you of the oath of office you took as municipal councilors. There is a quasi-judicial aspect to this hearing. You are sitting in judgment. And in order for you to vote in judgment on this petition for the discontinuance, you must be persuaded that the public convenience and necessity require this action. Note the word require. The drafters of the ordinance might have used other words with more leeway. They did not. I suggest that the word require effectively means that you must conclude that no other practicable alternatives exist. And when you are considering public convenience and necessity, does this mean just the residents on Harvard Street? What about the students and faculty of Bishop Finn? What about their interests as members of the public at large? And finally, what about the long-suffering residents on Holcott Drive as members of the public? Given that Bishop Finn has offered a compromise that would allow it to address its safety issues with limited use of Harvard Street, I suggest to you that there are insufficient facts for you to adjudge that public convenience and necessity require the loss of Finn's legal right to use Harvard Street.
Thank you, Mr. Casey. Do we have any? Mr. Church?
Good evening, sir.
Thanks, sir.
In your very studious research, is there any enabling legislation where any legislative act to abandon the street has been overturned that we could look at to get a better idea of a judgment?
I'm unaware of any. I think that the recourse that the diocese would investigate is whether to pursue eminent domain, because there is by this action, it constitutes then a loss of a legal right enjoyed by the diocese, and that then it would give rise to the potential of a suit against the city associated with this action. I'm just the local lawyer. I represent Bishop Finn, so I am not in a position to say whether that's would ever be considered or not. My job is to try and find a way that we can show consideration for the concerns of the neighbors while allowing Bishop Finn to address its most pressing safety issues.
The reason I ask that, sir, is that Attleboro has abandoned several streets over its history. In some cases, I know firsthand that abandonment was overruled by the fire marshal through the fire chief. And it was brought up in one of the issues here this evening. So, having been involved in that, I was curious.
I would be very happy to research and submit that information to the council and the planning board.
Thank you.
Any other questions or concerns from the planning board or my fellow councilors? Thank you, Mr. Casey.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Servant. I live at 108 Freeman Street in Attleboro Falls. I am the president of Bishop Finn High School. Bishop Finn High School was built in 1961 as a response to the Attleboro area's Catholic families who wanted a coeducational, faith-based institution for their children. In those early years, close to 100% of the students were Catholic. The building project had such widespread support that the chairman of the early fundraising committee was the Honorable Edward A. Lee, a prominent Attleboro High School graduate. The school opened in 1961 with a freshman class of 200 and was staffed by 6 Sisters of Mercy who lived in a convent on the school property at 70 Holcott Drive. Employing the sisters to operate the school made it affordable to those who wanted a Catholic education. My older brother, my younger sister, and I all attended Bishop Finn. Our family lived on a first floor of a 3-story tenement at 5 Hope Street in Attleboro. My mother, a widow at the age of 30, worked as a waitress at Hegney's Restaurant on the corner of Union and Dunham. Although she made a modest income, she paid 18% of that income for us to attend Bishop Finn. I've often asked myself, why did she make that kind of sacrifice? Maybe it was because my dad had died at the age of 30, leaving her with 3 children under the age of 3. And she was desperately looking for help in raising those 3 kids. Maybe it was because she believed so strongly in her faith that she felt compelled to do it. Maybe it was both. In the 1960s, parents did not send their children to Bishop Feehan because their parents were graduates. Feehan had no graduates. Students did not attend Bishop Feehan because it was a ticket to a college education. Feehan had no record of a single college admission. Students did not attend Feehan because the school was an athletic powerhouse. The school had never won a single game. In those early years, 70% of Feehan's student population came from Attleboro and North Attleboro. My best friends lived on Cody Street, Mike Walsh, East Street, Peter Gallagher, Maple Street, John Shockrow, Mayu Road, John Lee, and Daggett Road, Lou Gazzola. In those days, the differences in those locales may have been perceived as more significantly than they are today, but despite our differences, with our Feehan uniforms on, everyone was equal. That was and still is the beauty of that uniform. Over the past 50-plus years, life has changed, and so too has Feehan, up to a point. In 1961, Feehan's mission was to serve the sons and daughters of the Catholic families of the Attleboro area, and 54 years later, that mission remains. Today, there aren't as many Catholics at the school, and some of the Irish and French kids have been replaced by Portuguese, Spanish, Haitian, and Cambodian students. In 1961, we didn't have a single graduate. Today, we have 10,500. Until recently, our facilities looked just like any other 50-year-old high school, old and in need of improvement. And so we've upgraded athletic fields, classroom buildings, library, heating system, and gymnasium, and all at no expense to the city, and all with no intention to increase the size of our school now or in the future. As the jewelry business has diminished and the city's population has leveled, and the interstate roadways have reduced distances from cities and towns that were previously unreachable, Feehan's Attleboro and North Attleboro population is closer to 40%. Now we have students from Seekonk, Rehoboth, Norton, Mansfield, Foxborough, Franklin, along with Cumberland, Pawtucket, Rumford, and Central Falls. But if I were a student at Feehan today, I could still list my friends as living on Pine Street, Union Street, James Street, John Street, Carpenter Street, because that's where some of our present students live. One might ask, what has all this to do with the opening of Harvard Street? I respectfully reply, everything. For some reason, Bishop Feehan has been portrayed as an elite, detached institution far removed from its original roots, and that perception is set against another mindset that portrays the school as a taker who contributes little or nothing to the community. Nothing could be farther from the truth. An organization, an institution, or a team reflects its leadership. Though the leadership of our school has changed from the Sisters of Mercy to lay leadership, those of us who are graduates and/or long-term employees, we're all influenced by the Mercy culture, one that embraces the values of hospitality, mercy, service, and the pursuit of excellence in all endeavors. I graduated from Feehan in 1966, and I've worked at the school for 43 years. During that time, I've been a resident of Attleboro and North Attleboro. I've been a member of the Attleboro Rotary Club and the Attleboro YMCA. My physician, my mechanic, my insurance agent, my favorite restaurant, and my youngest daughter live in the city of Attleboro. I'm proud to have my name on a military memorial on the Attleboro Common for having served 2 tours of Vietnam. The city of Attleboro has always been a part of my life, and planted so firmly in the center of Attleboro community, Bishop Feehan will always be part of Attleboro as well. For 30 years, VF Post W 312 in South Attleboro, under the direction of the late Feehan graduate Bob Minosh, has played at summer baseball games at Feehan. For 20 years, the Attleboro YMCA Jaguars running program, under the direction of Ed Poria, has used Feehan's track for their practices and their meets. And in fact, in 2006 to 2013, Attleboro High School ran all of its home track meets at Feehan because the track at the high school was irreparable. For 15 years, as part of our Amigos program, our top Spanish students have mentored non-English speaking students at Brennan and Wamsutta Middle School 2 days a week throughout the entire school year. And for the same 15 years, those same students have operated the St. Joseph's Food Pantry on a Friday evening, 52 weeks a year through the summer. For 15 years every December, our students have run a Santa shop in the cafeteria for 250 local poor families. The Sagra Girls Softball League and the Whitehawks Football League have run tournaments and played championship games at Walsh Field and McGrath Stadium. And the local Boy Scouts conduct their annual Order of the Arrow installation in our auditorium. And this is just a small sampling of Bishop Fian's service to the city of Attleboro. I think it's very unfair to paint Fian as detached from the city or takers. Bishop Fian and his students have brought honor and recognition to the city of Attleboro and will continue to do so now and in the future. The history of Harvard Street has also been misrepresented. When the school opened in 1961, Harvard Street was one of the two main entrances of the school. Photos and the physical layout of the buildings and grounds will clearly prove this. In 1964, when Route 95 and later Route 495 and Route 295 were built, changes started developing. The school, like the city, was suddenly on the map and more accessible to out-of-the-area traffic. Harvard Street remained one of our two main entrances until the early 1970s, when the administration voluntarily closed to discontinue the use of the street. The entrance remained unused until the fall of 2001, when the construction of the new school's new guidance center carried into the school year and necessitated the use of Harvard Street entrance until the project was finished. Following a serious parking lot injury to a student pedestrian in 2010, the school implemented a series of internal traffic improvements that included speed bumps, one-way designations, colored crossways, and signage. This past year, the school contacted a professional traffic study group, McMahon & Associates out of Taunton, to analyze the school's traffic situation. The study revealed that the reuse of Harvard Street would have a significantly favorable impact upon traffic flow and safety. It was at that time that we approached the neighbors about using Harvard Street for a brief period of time before and after school. The initial meeting with the neighbors this past June was set against an article in the Sun Chronicle that had quotes from city officials who, without even seeing the proposed plan, stated the issue is dead on arrival, despite the fact that the city's legal counsel stated that the school had a legal right to use the road. Fian listened to the neighbors' concerns in June and then met with them a second time in late August, proposing a compromise limiting traffic flow to 75 minutes in the morning and 45 minutes in the afternoon on school days only. And we agreed not to open the street until we had the city's endorsement, despite the fact that we had the legal right to use the road at any time. I've spoken to the mayor, the fire chief, and the police chief. I've called every member of the city council, and I met with any council member who responded to my call to explain my position. Although we could have simply opened Harvard Street, we decided to take the high road in these negotiations and demonstrate patience and sensitivity to the neighbors. Sadly, I am disappointed that we have not been granted that same courtesy by the city and some of the neighbors. In September, someone illegally pickaxed holes in Harvard Street adjacent to the present gate and planted 2 5-foot arborvitaes in the middle of the road. To my knowledge, no city official, including the mayor, has made any attempt to address that matter. Tonight, Bishop Fian High School is requesting the City Council to vote down the attempt to discontinue the portion of Harvard Street which abuts our property, allowing us to continue our legal access to the road for inbound traffic only from 6:45 to 8 a.m. in the morning and from 2 o'clock to 2:45 in the afternoon on school days only. We do not put our safety above that of our neighbors. However, we do not put the neighbors' safety above the safety of our students. And I am willing to say that even though we have a legal right to use that road as we propose, that if for some reason our plan does not work, then we will make adjustments. Thank you, people.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Servant. One moment, please, sir. Sure. Ms. Parika?
I just have a, Mr. Servant, thank you. I just have a couple clarifying questions
Sure.
to ask if that's acceptable, Acting President Blair. What is your current student body population?
1,063.
And then, am I correct, it's 183, or 187 Attleboro students, Attleboro residents?
Right now, 187 Attleboro students.
Okay. And what is your staff count?
112.
Okay. And in 2010, how long was the gate open?
In 2001,
Excuse me,
the
I
gate was
apologize,
open
yes.
approximately 2 weeks. We needed about 4 weeks for the project, but about halfway through it, the attorney who was advising both the city and Attleboro suggested to be a cooling off period, and we just stopped using it.
Okay. And finally, like your last sentence stated that if there is a discontinuance, you'll make your adjustments. Can you elaborate on what those adjustments might be?
Well, it wouldn't be the discontinuance. My point is that after we use the road, as I said, if we need to make some adjustments, we'd be happy to make those. If the plan we have in place recommended, the compromise, that didn't work, then we'd be willing to make adjustments accordingly.
In the event, if I may, I'm sorry, can I redirect? If I may, in the event that this honorable body does grant the discontinuance, do you have a plan in place in the event that you're not allowed to use the road?
Casey,
Miss,
any thoughts on that?
Miss,
Or sorry, if
Miss
they vote to discontinue, is there a plan in place that we can?
Don't go too far.
No, I'm not. That's as far as I'm going.
I apologize, Councilor Parika, but I wasn't here to hear the question. I was getting ready for the next presentation, so I have to ask that you repeat the question, please.
Thank you very much. The question was, is that in the event that this honorable body does discontinue the use of Harvard Street, is there another plan in place? What will happen on the fee and property?
I don't know that we've thought about that, to be quite honest with you. It would be to sit down with Maureen and then evaluate what the options are. But it's something that has, to this point, been investigated, analyzed, at least by, Chris and his team.
Okay.
Thank you. Thanks, Ed. Please, would you state your name and address?
Sure. My name is Maureen Schleback. I'm an associate with McMahon Associates, 300 Miles Standish Boulevard, Taunton, Massachusetts.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I am a registered professional engineer in the state of Massachusetts. I've been practicing traffic engineering for over 30 years. As I said, I work with McMahon Associates. We specialize in traffic engineering and transportation planning. We've worked on a number of relevant projects, most recently including a project for the Rhode Island Department of Transportation Safe Routes to School project, where we are designing infrastructure improvements at 6 schools in Rhode Island. So I'd like to take some time to describe the study that we did for Bishop Fee. It was an access, circulation, and parking improvement study. And those were the major components of our study. The study was conducted through 8 specific tasks, but the general methodology included first an assessment of the existing conditions, then a look to what would happen in the future on the school campus, and next an identification. Oh, thank you. It's that cold season, I'm sorry, thanks. Next, we worked to identify the project goals, and lastly, we developed short-term and long-term improvements. As we finished a component of the study, there were memos produced that were shared with the school. There wasn't one giant official report. I believe the memos have been shared with the council. There was one memo that summarized existing conditions and a second memo that summarized our short and long-term improvement recommendations. I have copies of those tonight if anyone needs copies of those.
If you would, when you're through, if you would see that our administrative assistant got a copy of those.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I'd like to start by walking you through our existing conditions analysis. First, we looked at the parking lot conditions. We identified how many spaces were in each lot. We actually went out there and physically measured the stall widths, the aisle widths, and we compared that to standard design practices of today. We identified deficiencies, and we, even in terms of how many handicap spots there are, how many spaces are occupied, and which parking lots filled up first. So we did a series of observations in terms of how the parking works today and what's deficient about it. On the site circulation, we did observe drop-off and pickup practices, both in the morning and afternoon on a few days during the week. We looked to identify the pedestrian desire lines, to understand where the students are walking from and to, and how that related with the vehicle traffic on the campus. We observed the habits of the parents during pickup and drop-off. Most of them line up, but some are parking in vacant parking spots. So all these observations were made to be able to assess what's going on, what's working well, and what's not working at Bishop Fee today. When we looked at the Hallcott Street site circulation, we counted the queued vehicles in the pickup drop-off line, and that does extend, it spills back onto Hallcott Drive, which is a safety concern. We noted where the pedestrians are waiting to be picked up, and we noted the conflicts that occur with the vehicles. Most notably, there's a splitter island when you come in the driveway at Halcott, so we did make recommendations about that as well. On the Stobbs Drive site driveway, we noted that there is a series of conflicts occurring. It's a very tight space, and there's a lot happening at that driveway.
Yep.
So when you come in from Stobbs Drive, there's pickup drop-off, but there's also parking up in the northern lot, and there's also faculty parking in this area. So you have cars circulating for pickup drop-off, you have cars backing in and out during the day to park in those spots, and you have the faculty parking, plus you have the students walking between all of that. So that was one of the areas that we saw a lot of conflict and potential safety concerns. In terms of the whole campus and surrounding street system, we looked at what pedestrian amenities are available. We identified the missing links. We looked at it in terms of how the pedestrian amenities comply with ADA regulations, the Americans Disabilities Act. And we looked at the pedestrian amenities in terms of current engineering standards. And again, going back to the pedestrian desire lines, we looked at where the students want to be walking and what they're connecting. So one of the things that we noted was quite often the students leave the building through the cafeteria side of the building and go to the athletic fields. And while there's a crosswalk initially, they're then walking through a parking lot with a lot of vehicles in both directions. So that was something that we looked to address as well. We did an accident analysis. We collected 3 years of accident data for the local surrounding street system. We assessed that. We covered the years of 2009 through 2011. We did collect traffic counts at the site driveways and also at Route 152 and Halcott Drive. The counts were collected in February and March of last year between 6:45 and 8 a.m. and also 1:30 to 3:30 in the afternoon. We did capacity analyses at the site driveways and at Route 152 in Halcott. We observed Halcott driveway being blocked by pickup drop-off queue that extends onto the street system. And we analyzed the signal timings at Route 152 and Halcott Drive. In addition to what we got as engineers out there observing what's going on, we also got input from parents. Chris Servant had put together a committee that we met with, and we talked about, as I said, each phase of the study, we would meet again and talk about our findings and get input from the committee, which included parents of Bishop Fee and students. We also obtained student input. We actually went into the engineering class and worked with the students to, first of all, identify the existing issues on campus and the surrounding street system, and we actually brainstormed with the students on solutions as well. So the basic findings of the existing conditions was that there are a series of locations where there are conflicts that really lead to safety concerns. I mentioned the spillback at both driveways onto the surrounding street system. We have a lot of areas where we have conflicts between people that are trying to pick up and drop off students and other motorists who are trying to park. And those maneuvers are occurring in a very tight area, so that's a safety concern. And then also in terms of just where the students are walking is a concern. When they're walking straight across the parking lot with traffic going in two-way and parking, that was a conflict that we noted that should be changed. I said we also looked at future conditions, but when we looked to the future conditions, and we did work with the school on this, when we looked at school enrollment, there really are no plans to have any significant increase in enrollment. But what was important for us to realize is that throughout the school year, the dynamics of who's driving to school changes. As you can imagine, as students get their license, unfortunately, the junior operating license rules really work against carpooling. So what happens in September, where you have a lot of students carpooling, as they begin to get their license, those that have a car available to them then become a single driver coming to Bishop Fee. And so the conditions of how much parking they need in September changes by the time you reach May. And we were made aware of the campus modifications, which Ed already addressed. We also coordinated with GATRA on the bus service to Feehan. Currently, there's 3 bus routes that serve Feehan. We talked with GATRA about potentially extending service to Feehan, and we've also been coordinating with them to get a bus stop at Feehan. So at that point, we really established our project goals. And I can't tell you how many times Chris Servant said to me, safety is above all, every goal. Safety is our biggest and first goal. And to do that, we really need to separate the pedestrian and the vehicle traffic. Another goal was to improve the site circulation, to improve the efficiency of the pickup drop-off. I'm not a Feehan mom at the time, but I have been at Feehan for 6 years while my kids were there, so I've experienced firsthand the pickup drop-off. And there are ways it could be more efficient. They do a good job right now, but it could be improved. So we offered some recommendations to improve how efficiently the pickup drop-off occurs. And then we looked at ways to increase the parking capacity and to plan for special event parking. There's certain times, parent-teacher conference and the big football games where their parking is inadequate. So we looked at having areas where it could just be special event parking. And the goals that we set out to achieve were to be achieved both through infrastructure improvements and through policy changes. So with that, I'll go into the short and long-term improvements that we developed for Bishop Feehan. We looked at each aspect. We looked at site access, we looked at parking, and we looked at circulation. We looked at them both separately and together. And what we proposed was what we referred to often as an a la carte menu. So we gave them a series of improvements on each of those components that could be combined in any manner. And so what we tried to do is a minimal improvement or a short-term and then a long-term improvement. So when we looked at the parking lot concepts, our goals were to provide aisle width and stall width that matches current engineering practices, to improve the safety, and to maximize the number of spots. We developed 3 parking lot design concepts, and we identified the pros and cons of each. Most of the designs incorporated one-way circulation and angle parking. That was a way to both improve safety and increase the capacity of the parking. Some of the long-term improvements included new parking areas, bicycle parking, and special event parking. So again, it was a range. It was like a minimalist to a extreme sort of improvement. On the site circulation, we developed 4 site circulation alternatives, and again, identified the pros and cons of each. So the first site circulation pattern that we looked at was really to work with what they have now and find ways to improve it. So using the 2 driveways that they have and the patterns that they have now, we came up with some pedestrian amenities that could be added, some policy changes on exactly how people drop off, like trying to get 10 cars to drop off at the same time and then 10 more move up instead of, what I call the princess theory of having to get to the front door before you get out of the car. While we found those improvements would help, it didn't solve the problems there. It doesn't solve the, basically the capacity issues you still have and spill back to the streets. That's not going to get you to where you need to be in terms of safety. You still have, as I talked about, all the conflicts that occur right at that Stobbs Drive entrance, which is really what led us to feel that you need a release valve. You need another driveway to work with on this campus. And when we looked throughout the campus, we considered things like terrain. So, for example, if you tried to come in by the back of Mercy Hall, there's some significant grade changes to deal with, which made that fairly infeasible without a huge impact to the building structures on the campus. And the most logical route was to use Harvard Street. Well, we looked at it in both directions, as was discussed earlier. Often it was asked to us by Feehan, how could we utilize Harvard Street with the least amount of impact to the residents of Harvard Street? They were consciously thinking through that as we developed these alternatives. So the advantage to the alternative that is put forth, this circulation plan 2, where we have vehicles entering through Harvard Street, coming between the two buildings, the Bishop Fian. They would do their drop-off and pick-up in between the two buildings, and then they would extend out Stobbs Drive as a one-way. So this achieves a number of things. It extends the distance of the queue on the campus, so we're not spilling back onto the surrounding street network. It separates some of the movements so that we have drop-off pickup in an isolated area without vehicles moving or parking, where right now on Stobbs Drive, that's what they're experiencing. And the fact that the driveways are each one way will make them operate more efficiently. It really reduces a lot of the internal conflict that we have in that whole area. There was actually a fourth alternative that was just to address the construction during the gym modifications. But the first alternative, as I said, was basically working with what they have. The next two alternatives were variations of using Harvard Street, and the last alternative really addressed the gymnasium construction. So in addition to that, I'd like to speak to also how much traffic we think would be moved down to Harvard Street under this scenario. So in the morning peak hour of the school, it's basically the people that are entering through Stobbs Drive that we foresee going down to Harvard Street, which is about 300 vehicles during that morning peak. So in my professional opinion as a traffic engineer, Harvard Street is wide enough to handle that traffic. The fact that they're coming into Harvard Street is less of an impact to the residents. If we had sent them out, they would have dealt with the vehicles leaving Bishop Fian, queuing and waiting to get out onto North Street. As it is, they're coming in. When we run the levels of service there, right now, vehicles traveling westbound on North Street entering Harvard Street are experiencing a level service B. Levels of service in traffic engineering are ranked from A through F, excuse me, with level service C being average delay. Typically in a suburban area, you design for level service D. So right now, the westbound turns into Harvard Street are at level service B. With that added traffic during the morning peak, it goes down to level service C, which again is average conditions. And then the last thing I'd like to speak to is, as I said, we did improvements that were both infrastructure-based and policy-based. So some of the recommendations that we made for the school to implement were, as I talked about, the platooning effect of the drop-off, where if they had to have teachers out there where you have 10 cars that drop off at once, then the line moves up, 10 more drop off. We talked about establishing areas that students could walk from or bike from, having staff out there to police the drop-off pickup. Also priority parking for carpooling to reward students that are carpooling, so kind of give them upfront spots. And then also doing carpooling incentives within the school and committees to host pro-walking events. So these are just some more of the, non-infrastructure-based recommendations that were made to Bishop Fian. But basically that summarizes what we've done to date. I mean, our study is ongoing. And as I said, the findings of our study were always in a presentation or a memo to the town. There wasn't one giant report. And I'm happy to share those memos, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay. Do we have any questions from either council or planning board? Ms. Parika.
Thank you.
One second.
Sure.
You want to mention the time?
Yeah. At this time, before I entertain questions, we're at the halfway mark, Mr. Casey, just so you can schedule. I don't want to shut anybody off.
Instruct Maureen not to answer a question.
I wouldn't dare. Oh, we can ask right now. We don't need that.
If I could just add one more point.
Sure.
The one-way on Harvard Street would only be for Bishop Fian students. We're not suggesting that Harvard Street be made one-way, but that entry to Bishop Fian would be one-way. And the fact that we're dealing with routine drivers at a school situation, that it's workable. You know, like there's a school in East Providence that has time-based one-way system surrounding it. It works well because you know, occasionally you get one grandmother driving the kids to school, but generally you have the same person driving day after day. The first week is a little hectic, and then it all settles out and everybody follows the rules, so.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Parikh.
Thank you, Acting President Blair. There's been a lot of discussion, so this is, I think you're the individual that I would have to ask this clarifying question for. There's been a lot of discussion, whether in the paper or through letters that I've gotten, that opening Harvard Street would bring relief to the traffic on 152. And I'm curious if maybe you could shed some light on that. I'm in that area at that time of day, every day, and I don't necessarily agree with that estimation, so perhaps you could enlighten me a little bit.
If I would, what question are you directly asking? Sorry.
No,
I
I'm
missed
asking
it,
if
Heather.
opening Harvard Street will have a positive effect to the traffic on 152.
Okay.
Okay, fine, thank you.
Okay, so what we often say is traffic is like water and it seeks its own level. So I know 152 in Hallcott is congested, but I know already what's happening, and I know this both from being a mom at Feehan, is as you come in southbound on 152, when you see that congestion, you can already come in the back way, you know, by turning down 152 and going back behind the ball fields and all. As we look at this, I think that adjustment is already occurring out there. So it may bring a little bit, but not a big amount. We really see it serving the traffic that's currently using Stobbs Drive.
Okay, so traffic, if I may, just traffic coming from like exit 3 to West Street up north, would that traffic specifically would have a higher impact utilizing Harvard Street than any relief on Hallcott?
Right.
Would that be accurate?
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did your study reveal how many people enter and park and how many people return, do round trips, number of cars?
We did traffic counts at the site driveways, yes.
Right now, the present estimate is how many people drive in and park and how many people make the round trip, how many cars a day on each?
Well,
I'm not asking for a relief on any street or anything, I just want to know how many cars come in and stay, how many cars go in and come out.
You have to give me a minute to add up numbers here. In the existing condition memo, we do have a traffic flow map on the back that shows the AM volumes. So at Hallcott, we have...
Just total, ma'am, do you just have the total? If not, I'll let it go and get it to me later. I don't want to hold this up. I'm just curious how many cars go in and stay, how many come out?
There's about 800 that enter in the morning.
That's total, miss?
That's
800 cars total?
approximately, yep.
Okay. Would you say half of that stay or not?
Yeah, so we did a parking lot capacity observations at the parking lot. The day that we were out there, what we observed was 449 occupied spots. So of that 800 entering traffic, approximately 449 staying.
Okay. So you're saying that about 400 vehicles are going to come in and go out?
Yes.
Obviously, they're not all going to use Harvard Street.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Did I see another hand over there? All set. Ms. Jackson.
Thank you. From what I'm seeing, so you're suggesting that it's going to be one-way up Harvard Street. Once it hits the end property, that's going to be a one-way in as well. It's just going to go in between the two buildings. Parents are dropping off. So most of the people that are going to be driving up Harvard Street are going to be a parent dropping because it's a drop-off, or sibling who might be taking someone to a different school. So when they exit, they can only go to the left, out stops, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But when they get to at the end of Harvard and they hit the end property, is there going to be something there so they can't take a right and go into the main parking lot? Like it's just going to be strictly one way in?
No, they would be able to, they can access this parking lot, and that leads to the gym parking lot as well.
You go in and just take a right. So it could be regular students who are driving and just trying to get a parking spot to the other side as well.
Right.
Okay, so I didn't see that.
But the 300 vehicles that are coming in at Stobbs are doing the same thing. They're either dropping off or they're parking, and that's the traffic that would be relocated. So, and Harvard Street would remain two-way. At Bishop Fien, it would become a one-way into.
All set, Ms. Jackson?
Yes, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
President Leah.
Mr. Cooper? Mr. Cooper?
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Ma'am, you mentioned peak morning AM traffic of 300 vehicles on Harvard Street. Do you have the PM traffic on, is it the same?
It would be similar,
Same?
yes.
Okay. And then you estimated a level of service going westbound on North Avenue as B currently?
Yes,
And you say that will go to a C?
yes.
What about the eastbound? I know you say they're coming down Stobbs, but I'm struggling with why we would send people that are currently going down a street with no homes on it, down the street, around the corner, and up through the neighborhood to get to the same parking lot. That's where my struggle is.
So it's a T intersection where Harvard meets North
Right.
Road. So if you were driving eastbound, you would turn right, so you would be unobstructed, basically.
So you wouldn't have no,
So
right,
you
you'd have no
yeah,
wait.
So that's going to be level service A. So I should have explained that. Thank you for asking. The reason I concentrated on westbound is that those would be the left turns and that
Right.
they have to wait, so.
If I could, there's a difference between the morning, we asked 75 minutes in, the afternoon 45 minutes. The reason that 45 minutes, it's less than the
Excuse
afternoon.
me.
We'll only have about 150 cars, Mr. Bishop, because most
Mr. Servant, please. One bite of the apple. Any other questions for this young lady?
Yeah, the young, if she could just clarify, the shorter time would be less cars, I think is what the gentleman was trying to explain.
Right, what he's saying is a lot of the students do stay for after-school activities. A lot of them
Got
are
it.
involved in sports and clubs, so there is less in the afternoon than the AM.
Excuse me.
It's simple.
Okay. I'm just trying to help these people
understand.
so they get to everybody speak, and I just
that's
don't
fine.
want it. I was going to ask this young lady that any information, especially what she has read tonight, or any information she can forward to us, so we can make a rational and informed opinion and deliberations later on, that I would appreciate that you get them to our administrative assistant so they can be circulated among us and the planning board. Any further information so that we can make an informed, unbiased opinion or vote.
I would be happy to provide you with that information.
You all set, Mr. Casey, or would you like to come back up, or?
I would, just very briefly, because you've pointed out, Mr. President, that there's about 30 minutes left for us.
Roughly, yeah, and I want
And
to give
so
them ample.
there are people that are in this chamber that are watching these proceedings, and clearly, they're not going to have opportunity to speak. What I ask that you allow me to do at this point in
Yeah.
time is to ask those individuals that are here in support of Bishop Fien in its opposition.
If you would excuse me, sir,
Yes, sir.
it is my intention, and we passed around a sign-up sheet, but it is my intention to ask the people that are here in support of Bishop Fien or us denying the motion to stand up, show of hands. I'll have AACS scan the audience. There'll be a sign-up sheet for them to sign up on the way out, either for or against.
And that doesn't count against my 90 minutes?
No,
But what just did.
I owe you one.
Thank you, Mr.
I really want to thank you people for being everybody, both for and against. This has actually been enjoyable to sit in this seat tonight. And we will continue with Mr. Cooper, you have one more question for this?
I do have a question, and it's related to what you brought up, but I think what the traffic engineer mentioned, two things particular interest to me. You mentioned other reports, but I would say, I would further quantify that by saying, including but not limited to, the things you mentioned in your presentation tonight, like the traffic counts, the neighborhood analysis, the analysis you did at Hallcott, because we did get what I thought was a comprehensive April 17th, dated April 17th, but if you have additional information to support your position, if you could send that to the council through the attorney, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I thought that's what I covered. Thanks for recovering for me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in opposition? Please state your name, address.
Good evening. Jim Castro, 36 Hazelwood Ave in Attleboro. First, I'd like to start off by saying that I think everyone can relate to the concerns of the residents on Harvard Street. However, this is not a supermarket that's moving in, bringing additional traffic to the area. This is a longtime neighborhood institution requesting to use a road it has every legal right to use for a maximum of 2 hours a day. Bishop Fan has always tried to be a good neighbor and will continue to be. The residents of Harvard Street are being asked to bear much, much less than their neighbors on Hallcott Drive and their fellow citizens abutting other schools, as well as those that utilize Route 152. The city is consistently seeking businesses to come and open their doors in Attleboro. The city grants tax incentives, spends millions of dollars in city, state, and federal money to attract these businesses. Furthermore, through its redevelopment authority, the city has utilized its eminent domain powers at times, employed staff to fund economic development. But for many of us longtime residents and local business owners, sometimes it feels like the city is always bending over backwards to attract new businesses and jobs. Yet those of us that have been around and contributing for years are sometimes, we feel, taken for granted. So why does the city do so much to attract businesses? The answer is always two things: jobs and revenue. Businesses don't send kids to school, which, as you know, education is the largest budgetary item for the city. Bishop Fan provides jobs, and not only does it not send kids to schools, but it educates Attleboro students at a tremendous savings to the city. I would argue that Fan is one of the city's largest taxpayers. Based on the annual per pupil costs for the 2013 school year of $13,527, and that Bishop Fan has averaged about 200 students from Attleboro, the city's budget is reduced by approximately $2.7 million per year. That's $2.7 million that does not have to be paid for with taxes. In today's dollars, that's well over $100 million that Fan has directly contributed to the city over the past 5 decades. Bishop Fan receives no thank you, no incentives, no assistance for doing so. They simply go about their business of doing it. Bishop Fan is also a large employer in the city. Fan employs over 100 people in the city of Attleboro. Of these, a quarter of them are city residents, and the vast majority live in our surrounding communities. These are permanent jobs for our friends and neighbors, and the city, state, and federal government didn't invest a dime to create them. Why is this relevant? The city has a history of expending an incredible amount of money, time, and effort to attract jobs and industry and tax revenue to the city, often at the sacrifice of neighboring property owners. In this case, we have a long-time contributor to the city's budget and a large employer that has never received any assistance, that isn't looking for anything other than to responsibly and legally use a public access way. And the city is now spending time, money, and effort to block this move. What has the city's response been to this valued institution when they propose to legally use this public roadway in a limited and responsible manner? It has allowed the destruction of city property by turning a blind eye when trees are planted in the middle of a public road. Some officials have outright dismissed the use of this road before hearing any proposal. Others, before hearing a proposal or listening to any proposal or reviewing any proposal, say that the idea of legally using a public roadway is dead on arrival. Bishop Fian has been a great contributor to the community for over 50 years, and God willing, they will be for many, many more. They will continue to be a good neighbor, a responsible and valued member of this community, and an outstanding educational institution. But what does all this tell us about our city? What does it tell us about our leadership, when the city, or how the city treats its valued institutions? What does it tell us about due process? What does it tell us when neighbors and elected officials are willing to permanently shut down a road before even seeing it in use? Why is the city taking this action when its legal counsel has advised that Bishop Fian has a legal right to use this roadway and that the city would likely have to pay damages? This is the antithesis of everything that the city preaches. Instead of spending money to create jobs and increase its tax base, it is spending money to take punitive action against an institution that employs over 100 people within her borders, that has a long history of contributing directly and indirectly to her citizens, and that saves the city in excess of $2 million per year in education costs. As I said at the beginning, I have empathy for the residents of Harvard Street, but I believe that a legal, responsible, and very limited use of a public roadway respects and protects the value, use, safety, and enjoyment of their property. Furthermore, their right to protection and enjoyment certainly does not exceed that of Bishop Fian, those on Holcott Drive, North Main Street, or the thousands of motorists that travel Route 152 every day. As our longtime city planner says, the roads are made to be driven on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Castro. Is anyone, fellow councilors from the planning board, want to comment? What,
I'll make you a copy.
Thank you, Mr. Castro.
Unless you're OCD, then...
Anyone else to speak in favor? I mean, in opposition.
Good evening, members of the council and planning board. For the record, my name is Duff White, and I reside on Carnegie Way here in Attleboro. For those of you who don't know, I am a former counselor. I was the chairman of the Transportation and Traffic Committee with Councilor Thibodeau, teaching me an awful lot about that committee and about how important it is. I was the counselor and the chairman at the time that Markman Daycare moved up to North Main Street. And they will tell you it was a very protracted battle to get the intersection aligned the way it is currently. Their original plan was to have an offset intersection because, in my opinion, it was going to save them money in the build-out. I bring that up because during those talks and when all of those meetings were taking place, we were told that, and remember, this is right after the North Main Street redo was done with the sidewalks put in and everything. We were told to expect within the next 20 or so years that they were going to have to redo North Main Street again, okay? Because the traffic counts were growing, because of the activity on North Main Street growing, that it is likely that the street will be widened even more, probably putting in turning lanes. I don't envision it going to 2 lanes in either direction. And you can go and look back at the record when I was on council, because I said multiple times that I feel it is an absolute nightmare of an area to drive through. And if it wasn't for my son being a student at Fian, I wouldn't go through that area. Bringing up my son being a student there, you can say, well, obviously I have a vested interest in seeing this discontinuance voted down. If we called the house right now, my son would probably be able to tell you exactly how many days it is until he can apply for his driver's license. So I will not be driving him to school or picking him up very much longer, much to my dismay that he's gotten that old so quickly. And then shortly thereafter, he will no longer be going to school there. So I'm a little bit more of a disinterested party than you might think. And I'm afraid and alarmed at the message that this is sending to businesses, that you can be a good citizen, a good corporate citizen, for the lack of a better term. You can seek public input. You can take everybody's concerns into consideration. You can do every single thing right and still be told no. What does that say to prospective businesses coming here? Every November, the city assessor stands at this podium and talks about narrowing the tax classification to make the city more attractive to businesses. I would submit that discontinuing Harvard Street will throw out any goodwill that has been built through that tax narrowing over the years. It will send a very terrifying messages to businesses. And I don't think that we can afford to do that. And briefly before I finish, because I know how long these meetings can go, earlier somebody spoke and said that they didn't think that a teacher or a faculty member would have any control over a student speeding in and out. First, I would say that, look at Holcott Street, or Holcott Drive, nobody is speeding. Okay? If you can go 10 miles an hour, you're fortunate. And secondly, I would say, to those of you who know my son and know him to not be a disciplinary problem, I will tell you this. He has been at Bishop Fien since September as a freshman. 6 times he has been warned that he is facing detention. 3 times because we haven't gotten him to school on time. That's our fault. Once because he wasn't wearing a belt, once because his shirt wasn't tucked in, and once because his hair was getting too long. When you apply to go to Bishop Fien, you accept the rules. Okay? And if my son had received detention for any one of those infractions, he would have served it, and we would have told him that he deserved to serve it. I can tell you right now, as I stand before you, that if the school says that there will not be a speeding issue, that there will not be an issue on that street, they will put the rules in place. And I grant you that people have free will. They will put the rules in place, and they will enforce the safety. And in closing, when we talk about safety, we can't help but notice that the city's 2 public safety officials, 2 biggest public safety officials, our fire chief and our police chief, did not appear here tonight to speak in support of the action you're proposing. Sometimes it's what people don't say that is very important as well.
Any questions from my fellow councilors or the planning board? Thank you, Mr. White. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak?
Good evening. My name is William Carline. I reside at 30 Tyler Street in the city of Attleboro. Let me begin by acknowledging to each and every one of you that you're faced with a difficult decision. You've heard lots of testimony tonight. I don't envy any of you. However, that said, all of you are empowered to make decisions that affect all of our residents, not just a select few. Your decisions both have positive and negative effects on everyone. Time and time again, you make these decisions as a council, and the ones that come after you will make these decisions again. And each time, you ask yourself, am I making a decision that's equitable? Is it fair? And who is it equitable to and who is it fair to? I know it's difficult. You must also balance your answers to that question based on safety. And then, as you've heard some testimony, you must also ground them in legal principles. The matter relative to Bishop Fien's continued use of the public right-of-way as Harvard Street is no different here. I do not support any efforts to terminate that road. Bishop Fien, as you heard, has been in existence of over 50 years, long before any testimony I've heard tonight from the residents of Harvard Street. So anyone that's testified before you tonight, they purchased knowing that that school existed. And they know the ramifications of living next to a school. So I ask you, each and every one of you, what is equitable here? Is it equitable for this council to put the interests of those from Harvard Street residents above and beyond the interest of the residents of Olcott Drive and other streets around the school? Is it equitable for this council to close Harvard Street, essentially giving a gift of public lands to create a private driveway for Harvard Street residents? I heard somebody mention our road. It's not their road. It's the city's road. It's every one of the residents of this city. That belongs to each and every one of us. It's not their road. Is it equitable for this council to interfere with Bishop Ian's right to access property lawfully from Harvard Street, thereby taking property without just compensation in direct violation of the takings clause of our Fifth Amendment? Is it equitable to put the safety and needs of a few Harvard Street residents before the safety needs of 100,000 students, faculty currently existing at that school, and the ones to come from years from now? Is it equitable for this council to even have considered taking away any access to Bishop Ian High School when we know full well that if it were another Attleboro school, would this matter have even made it to this level? Is it equitable for a group of residents on any given street in Attleboro to petition the city to dead-end its street to the detriment of another property owner's rights to access to a public right-of-way? This is interesting because you all know Tyler Street. I live on Tyler Street, and the end of it is Locust Valley Golf Course. I've lived there since 1997, and believe me, the traffic that flows down that street, my kids, I'm always concerned about that, but you want to know something? Any time in the history of since I've lived there, one time I had a problem. I walked down, had a conversation with them. They had the conversation with that one driver that was really kind of going down the street crazy, and they accommodated it. It never happened again. But if this council decides to do what I think they're going to do, I'm going to be lining up outside when you open up the front doors, and I'm going to petition for you to dead-end Tyler Street. Why? Because now you can do it. Apparently you can take away the rights of the golf course. They have access through Locust Valley. How many more instances of this do we have in the city? Are we going to have any more people petitioning like that? But I tell you, I think this is a very slippery slope. You need to be aware that there are other situations that could occur in the city and end up with the same results. Now, for the reasons herein, obviously I'm speaking against the matter before to terminate the Harvard Street. Now, the proposals you've heard are there to have Bishop Ian work in harmony with the residents of Harvard Street. I just want to remind everyone here, and as Mr. Servant and other people have alluded to, the students, faculty, alumni, friends, families, they have a proven track record for great contributions to the city. I am a 1989 graduate of Bishop Ian High School. I came from Pawtucket. My kids attend St. John's School in Attleboro here. I believe in the Catholic education. And I'm not somebody, and I know it was alluded to, but I'm not somebody that is a benefit of this is some elite school. I came from Pawtucket in a Prospect Street, in a lousy section of Prospect Street. I paid my own way to get through that school because I knew the quality of the education and the morals and everything that they teach you there. I have no doubt that not the faculty, the students now or in the future will do anything to otherwise jeopardize that continued star of excellence. So vote for the safety of the students. Vote that it's not proper to take property away. And I'm talking access, egress, and rights to use a public road is a taking away. Vote for what is equitable. Thank you.
One moment, please. Is any of my fellow councilors or planning board having questions of this gentleman? If that was a written statement, would you please give us a copy? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak in opposition? There you go. You two fight it out.
We fought it out at home, but now we're...
Okay. You got it all under control.
My name is Mark Bigda, and this is my wife Denise. We are residents of Holcott Drive and have lived there for the past 31 years. It has been our experience that the traffic to and from Bishop's Fee has increased substantially over the years. The school has soared in popularity, and therefore more and more applicants turn up every year seeking to attend. Because it is a regional school, public transportation is not an option for most students in the student body. Bishop Fee has done everything in its power to create a friendly, safe driving pattern for its students. We have witnessed many changes over the years at the campus, all of which are positive changes to accommodate the ever-increasing student body. A traffic light was also installed at the intersection of Holcott and North Main Street. Traffic signs and arrows on the pavement within the school indicate the direction the students are to follow. All these upgrades have added in their efforts to keep traffic flowing, but it is still not enough. Change can be difficult, however, changes are necessary in order to keep up with the growing environment we live in. We have all seen our major highways expand over the years, more bus stops added, more commuter rail trains added, more seats on commercial airplanes in order to maintain cost effectiveness and allow for the increased patrons to access the destinations. All of these changes are necessary to accommodate our growing environment. What kind of world would we live in if we protested every single issue that was put before us? We would still be traveling down dirt roads in horse and buggies. Furthermore, Harvard Street is a public street no different than Holcott Drive. There isn't limited access or gates at the end of our street. Without a doubt, traffic on Holcott Drive has increased over the past 30 years, primarily due to the popularity of the school and the carpool restriction laws placed on new drivers. Never ever have we encountered a situation where a student driver was disrespectful. Politeness and courtesy are enforced on a daily basis with the student body. We know this firsthand because our 4 adult children are graduates of Bishop Fee High School. In fact, our neighbor across the street leaves every morning during peak time to drive her middle school student to public school. The Bishop Fee drivers stop and allow her to exit her driveway. We are fully aware of the fact that on a daily basis, announcements are made over the intercom reminding the students of their responsibility to the surrounding communities upon exiting the parking lot. They welcome and encourage dialogue in order to maintain their respectful reputation. A student also signs a contract, along with their parents, at the beginning of the school year to ensure their liability to the school for such things as disruption of peace in the surrounding neighborhoods. The student handbook language also changes yearly to update parents and students on the vast changes society prevents us. Once again, we would like to reiterate that these drivers are always stopping to let us in and out of our driveway, sometimes even picking up trash barrels that have blown over onto the street and picking up the trash. They are an important part of the Attleboro community, and it is our hope that the residents of Harbor Street will be able to see what wonderful people are passing through in order to get an education that will enable them to serve others in a greater capacity upon graduation. It is our wish that the City Council recognize the importance of this small request from one of our greatest assets, Bishop Fee. They turn out hundreds of scholars each year with great dreams and aspirations. Let's think of the safety of these young people that are navigating many new things in their lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any of my fellow councilors or planning board have anything, comments for this lovely couple?
I would like to say something, if I may. With
Certainly.
regard to anybody thinking that Bishop Fee is an elite school, we are average Joes, and our 4 kids, when they attended Bishop Fee, did work study. They went many days in the summer, cleaned the classrooms, and did assignments on campus to bring down the cost for us. So I don't know why people have that idea, but they're not alone. Many of their fellow students also do that, so I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, ma'am.
Oh, and I walk my dogs, and I had 4 of them. I never had a problem walking my dogs down the street, pushing baby carriages and so forth. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else to speak in opposition? We're at that 5-minute mark, so if you've got somebody behind you, you know.
I'll go 2.5.
There you go.
My name is Tim Sullivan. I'm on 151 Fairway Drive in Attleboro. And I'm not an accountant, nor a lawyer, nor a traffic study engineer, so I'll try and be brief. I'm really speaking tonight as a parent of 2 Bishop Fien students, and hopefully 2 more to come if Mr. Servant will have them down the road. The issue for me that I think is getting short shrift is safety. Someone earlier tonight mentioned that it was a red herring issue, and I don't think that at all. In 2015, I work with schools professionally. We all read the newspapers. School safety is a growing issue. Emergency access, egress, tragedies we all read in the paper, those are not red herrings. Those are real. In this proposal, and it boiled down, excuse me, this proposal will permanently restrict the access to Fien by 33%, from 3 driveways to 2. No matter what else, if this happens, forever, Fien will have 2. Whether it's the fire chief or the police chief, whether it's a chemical spill off of 95, which sits over the high school, an active shooter, God forbid, on the campus. This proposal forever reduces access to this school with 1,000 students a day by 33%. I submitted a letter to the council with more points that I had to make, but I think we're short on time. I think it's important to remember, maybe never forget, that 1,000 students a day are at risk here. And why are we reducing emergency access in a day when every school in the country is increasing emergency plans? So thank you for your time and good night.
Thank you very much. Did you say you submitted a written letter?
I did. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from my fellow councilors or planning board? Thank you. Anyone left in opposition?
My name is Jim Albanese, and I live at 24 McIntyre Lane in Attleboro, which is very close to the Fien neighborhood. I've lived there for 16 years. And I did submit a letter to the council yesterday. I emailed it, and I do have a copy here, but I won't read the letter, just to be very brief. Similarly to what Tim just said, my concern is safety as well and access for emergency responders, particularly the fire department. I should also say that I'm a registered professional fire protection engineer with 25 years experience, and I'm also the parent of a Fien freshman. And just looking at this, there's 3 entrances right now, basically 2 on the north and 1 on the south. Harvard Street is the only access from the south. It's hard to predict what kind of emergencies could arise, fire emergencies, medical emergencies, whatever. But discontinuing Harvard Street would take away the only access to Fien from the south. There is on the south side of campus 1 fire hydrant. There's 3 hydrants total on the Fien campus. There's 2 additional hydrants on Harvard Street. And just judging from what's there right now, there's 2 trees in the street. If the end of Harvard Street is discontinued and given away as private property, I could easily foresee fences or brick walls or, you know, a planting bed or something that would make that impassable to fire vehicles or emergency response vehicles. And there could be conditions at the school, especially football games, sporting events, where the parking lot is full and access from the north may be very difficult, maybe very slow, and the access from Harvard Street from the south might be the best way in when lives are at stake. So, you know, there's really a couple of issues here. The traffic pattern is one, and the discontinuance of Harvard Street is another. I'd just like to speak to the discontinuance. In my opinion, that it, you know, as a parent of a student, I want the most resources, most safety resources there. And also, I can't ignore my background as a fire protection engineer. I believe you need that access from the south. Why take away the city's resources for addressing emergencies on this campus?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions, please?
Not a question, statement.
Yes.
If I may, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
as you said, you and Mr. Sullivan both brought up the discontinuance having an effect on using the gate as an emergency access, or egress for that matter. There would be no attempt to keep that, even a discontinuance. There would be either a restrictive covenant, there could be a declaration by the fire chief or the police chief that would still order that the end of that roadway could not be blocked for any reason, so that to keep that emergency egress and access open should it be necessary. So that would never be the intention of anyone here.
Well, that's good to hear. It is discouraging to see the 2 trees there right now.
I agree.
And if it is private property, it's hard to enforce what people do on their private property.
There are ways.
You have any other comments or any other questions from my council or planning group? Thank you very much. This public hearing.
Need a for nor against.
Oh, I'm sorry, we need a for nor against. And I'll bet you we've got some. Is there anybody that'd like to speak either for nor against? Is there anyone here that would like to speak for or against this motion?
Neither for.
Either for nor against. Okay. Thank you.
My name's Robert Foley,
Yeah.
16 Harvard Street. I live right on the end of the street.
Yeah.
I've been there for over 35 years. 30 years, okay? I listen to a lot of the stuff that they say. I still don't understand why you would need it as Bishop Fan. Why would you want to use it when you have a whole road?
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Your time to speak is I'm listening to you.
Okay.
That you sound like you're against, or you're
Yeah, I'm
you're with
against
the
it.
quote. Okay, so this is not the time to speak. I'm sorry, sir.
That's all right.
Thank you.
But you're still on the record. I feel bad for people.
Yeah, at this particular time, I would like the people that are here in opposition to this motion to please stand. Raise your hand. Double ACS, would you please scan the audience? And I would ask you to please sign the sign-in sheet on the way out when you get it. Okay, thank you very much. If there's anybody here still in favor of this motion, would you please stand at this time? Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I know it's getting late in the evening, and we had some older people here that left, and I would hopefully they sign the sheet. I want to, at this time, thank everybody in the audience tonight. It was actually a nice presentation from both sides. I assure you that this municipal body will take into account all people's concern, the testimony that was given tonight, the testimony we've asked for from the traffic study person to hand in our further deliberations. And speaking for the planning board, if I might, I am sure that they will do the same thing in their deliberations to come forward. So at this time, I would like to, Mr. White has that sign-in sheet. I see him waving at me. If I don't recognize him, I'm on a list.
The wrong list.
If you'd please sign that. I'm going to take a brief recess.
We're going to close.
Mr., I'm going to, at this point, close the meeting.
No.
Yeah, under your approval. And
Just a second. We'll get to you. Or do you want to ask a question?
I would, because I...
Excuse me, Linda.
Read these two. Read these two.
All right. See that? Without a good Excuse me, please, just in case. Just in case. When everybody has spoken, which I have let, right, I declare this public hearing closed.
No. I would prefer to not close the public hearing.
Whose committee is it?
I'm going to
I would
ask,
make the recommendation.
I'm going to ask the person that it's in, his expectation. I would entertain written comments only, further comments. But I am going to ask that this public hearing be closed if that planning board will go along with it.
Yes.
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 And the majority of the council will go along with it. If...
Should be the committee.
Yes.
Excuse me?
The committee is. Should be the committee, Peter, not the entire council.
That's right.
Okay. Is it just protocol?
Protocol is to ask the chair of the
All
committee.
right, that's what I was going to
It
do.
is up to the chair.
Okay. The chair of the council in transportation is Councilor Thibodeau. Would you like to close this public hearing, Councilor Thibodeau?
Based on the information that we have received from everyone tonight, I see no reason to continue the public hearing. We're going to have plenty of discussion in committee because it's not going to be voted on tonight or any night soon. We have an opinion which is going to come from the planning board, which will be submitted to the city council for our consideration. We also can, as we have had to this point, we can also communicate back and forth with Bishop Fien and their attorney. So there is no reason for us not to close the public hearing at this point. And so I would go along with closing.
But just to clarify, I said I'd take written comment to the council. If we have a question during deliberations, we will feel free to contact Bishop Fien or the neighbors for information only, not for them or you, Bishop Fien, to give us further.
Not
We will
further testimony.
Yeah, we will not take further testimony, but we reserve the right to call on you for some information that we might need. You understand that, Mr. Sullivan? I'm trying to look at
Yeah,
you.
he's shaking his head.
Mr. Casey's hiding. You still on the clock? I told you you owed me one. And I want to thank you, everybody in the audience tonight that came here, gave the respect that I hope we deserve the respect you gave us. So, from both sides, and I appreciate how you people have acted, and I am proud to say that I'm a citizen of Attleboro too, and that whatever it is, but I want to thank you again for your participation and the professionalism everybody showed here.
Betty has an issue.
Yes, Betty.
Before you close the public hearing, can I read the communications that were received before, in favor and in opposition?
Okay, first of all, now, you all know I'm new, right?
Before you close the public hearing,
Yes.
I want to read the names and addresses of communications that I have received
Yes.
Okay,
in favor
yeah,
and in opposition.
Right.
okay.
Okay?
Yes, Madam Clerk. You're right, and I'm wrong. Go ahead.
That's okay. Communications, I have received the following communications in favor of the discontinuance of Harvard Street. Edward and Lynn Smith, 4 Harvard Street, Attleboro, Mass. Richard and Ann Blackman, 11 Yale Street. Communications in opposition of the discontinuance of Harvard Street. Denise and Mark Bigda, 109 Halcott Drive. Tim Sullivan, 151 Fairway Drive. Lori Castro, 36 Hazelwood Avenue. James Castro, 36 Hazelwood Avenue. John J. Killian, MD, 21 Shady Lane, Attleboro. Ronald Ware, 10 Winnie's Way, or Winnie's Way. William T. Carline, the 3rd Esquire, Tyler Street. John and Joan Lepper, 311 Newport Avenue. Michelle Brunel, 47 Commonwealth Avenue. Joseph and Sabona, D. Christopher, 8 Elderberry Lane. David and Elizabeth Galvin, 102 Cathedral Drive. Winnie Meters and Keith Meters, or Metters, 19 Shady Lane. Raymond Walton, no address given. Bill Cutterback, 307 East Street, Attleboro. Susan Brusso, 65 Marlies Drive. Armand Brunel, 47 Commonwealth Avenue. Margaret Crane, 45 Turnstone Drive. And there was an online petition that was signed by approximately 100 residents. It was called Move On Petition. Michael Madden, no address, and the Reverend Thomas A. Frechette, 105 Stanley Street, Attleboro Falls.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Copied all council?
Yes. I believe they got them
I
tonight.
think I covered all the bases.
Now you can close them.
I declare this public hearing closed. Again, thank you, everybody.
Move for recess?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Recess.
Melinda left without, which we had a discussion. Which one of us was wrong?
Yeah.
Melinda just took off.
All kinds of coffee.
Oh, wow. No. That was just absolutely the best. I didn't think, oh, okay. And I was like, oh.
Say what you need to say.
just turning on the camera.
The noise in the back, just
That's okay.
bang that gal.
Can you hear me okay?
I can,
Okay,
yeah.
good. I'd like to call the Capital Improvement City Development meeting to order at 9:12.
42.
9:42.
Yep. We missed part of the clock.
Okay, get most of it. I have two motions to bring in front of you this evening. Excuse me. And I want to have a discussion about two other issues, okay?
Yep.
So from the supplemental docket of January 20th, 2015, I entertain a motion to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $88,000 from account 6100-3559000 Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings to fund 3316 Water Storage Facility to fund the Robinson Green Beretta Corporation's, also known as RGB, fee for the design of the Water Department's maintenance and storage building on West Street.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Denny. As you're well aware, the motion's in order. As you're well aware, the mayor appeared in front of the city council on Thursday night during the Budget Administration Committee, and this is on a fast track. I attended the Municipal Building Commission meeting last week, and this is already off their agenda. So they have already flown through this, and they're on to a lot of other things. Councilor Denley, I believe you did get a chance to see the mayor's address Thursday night
Yes.
on Rewind.
Yep.
Is there any further discussion about this motion? Yes, Councilor Trickey.
Sir, I understand it's on a fast track, and I listened to what the mayor said. With the assignment of the engineer, just how fast is that track? What are they looking at, the timetable?
I do not have an exact.
Well, obviously,
Typically, it's minimum 6 weeks.
All right.
And I have seen the design where it goes out as far as 3 months, and I don't think this will go 3 months. Because there is a very tight parameter on what that design is going to be. And I believe that the mayor has done his best to insist that this gets done quickly.
We have two facilities that have to be built so we can abandon Wall Street, right?
Correct.
And that's one of them.
Correct.
Okay.
Peter?
I was just gonna, if you don't mind.
Go right ahead.
I do believe we're on a fast track with that. Probably within a month to 5 weeks. I think there's been some pre-work done, and we fast-tracked it just for the safety and the future of them buildings getting up on time and us meeting some deadlines. I know the administration is really pushing that on a fast track, and this firm that we will be hiring, or whatever, is capable of doing that.
Any other comments? Motion's in order, all in favor?
Aye.
I declare the motion passed. Second motion I have to bring to you this evening is a motion, I entertain a motion to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $134,455.87 from account 1-000-3559000 undesignated fund balance general government to account 11241-000-569450 ARA intergovernmental relative to the bid for remediation, demolition, and heating costs of the Swank building located on Hazel Street.
Second.
Councilor Denley. Councilor Denley, I know you have been ill and out and away from several other meetings, but I believe you've been making an earnest effort to attend the Attleboro redevelopment meetings, is that correct?
Yes, so I've made maybe half to 3/4 of the ARA meetings, and I was able to watch Thursday's meeting. AACS has it, boom, right on the front page. So I've caught up with everything.
Excellent.
And when you're ready for my opinion, I have it.
Thank you. I wanted to first get through that because there was significant pressure, and I think you saw that, to expedite this request due to the cold season. And I really wanted you to play as much of a role as you wish to play in this decision-making process. So thank you for keeping up. Is there any discussion on the motion? Council Denley.
Well, sure. So I have a couple viewpoints, and then I'll tell you what my ultimate viewpoint is. First, from being from Ward 5, the Swank building's really important to take care of. It's a hazard, and it has been for a while. It's not just Ward 5. Ward 4 is right nearby. We have the hospital. We have thousands of people who live within a bubble of it. And the building's full of asbestos and horrible things. So I want to do everything we can to fund whatever needs to be funded to take that building down in a safe and secure manner. I want to also balance that with my promise, and I know many other councilors' promises, not to give the ARA any more blank checks or free money. So I watched the meeting on Thursday, and I had a few questions and concerns. So I called Barry Lacasse. We had multiple conversations. The way I understand it is this money is going to a city side account, so it's our money and it's going into our account, so it's good. When the ARA needs money to fund the oil, to heat the building, which we have to do for its security, they will get an invoice from the oil company, give it to the city, and the city will cut a check for that specific amount to the ARA, who then will have to give a receipt from the oil company back to the city. So in some ways, it is like we're giving the ARA money. It's certainly not a blank check, but in more ways, it's the city paying to take care of a city problem. And legally, the problem is we can't pay directly the oil company because Swank is not our liability. It is the ARA's liability. So the ARA is simply an intermediary for the city to pay to take care of a city building. But I wanted to push it further to make sure I wasn't missing something. Grander things can happen and you can kind of have tunnel vision. So my biggest question I asked Mr. Lacasse was, so we're at the end of the fiscal year, it's June 30th, and there's $20,000 left in that line item city account. What happens to that excess funding? Certainly doesn't go to the ARA. And it was reaffirmed that that's correct. It certainly does not. It would be swept into city side free cash or whatever we sweep it into, intergovernmental, blah, blah, blah. So it stays city side. So we would honestly only be paying to heat a building that's a city problem with city money. I asked as many probing questions as I could to see if there was anything else going on. I don't think there is. I see this, it's confusing, and because the ARA is involved, some red flags do go up. But in my opinion, it's just the city paying to fix a city problem, and due to legal restraints, we have to use the ARA as an intermediary to do that. So after kind of taking all the information together, my need to really heat and take care of that building until we can tear it down, and my concern over giving the ARA a blank check, which we are not doing. I feel fully confident that I can support this and that this is really the right thing to do. So I would ask the chairman to consider my opinion, and I would like to push this through as quickly as we could.
Is that all?
That's all I have.
That's what you have to say. I want to thank you for doing the diligence, because I was concerned that it being in your ward, in Ward 4, and the problems that we've had with the ARA funding in the past, it's been very divisive on this council. And I share your opinion, which I'll get to at the end of our comments. Councilor Kirby.
Thank you. To try to alleviate maybe a little more concern, the Swank building is part of the city's voted URP, Urban Renewal Plan. So that is part of the plan that also controls the downtown development, which we have actually received some repayment from. So we've already voted, and we voted cash in that direction because of a bond that we took out. Part of which that bond is going to pay for the buildings, for the DPW yard. So because we have voted, we really voted to accept that building as part of a city issue to redevelop that property. Now we found that that building can't be redeveloped, and it needs to be torn down to be redeveloped. So to try to help alleviate some of those issues, I know it's not writing the blank check, but it is something we've already voted as a council to support the rebuilding of the downtown, the Wall Street area, and all those other pieces, and is actually all intertwined within that. And so I appreciate your support, and I think it's the right thing to do in order to protect those neighborhoods as well. So I wanted to try to bring that into it as well.
Thank you, Councilor Kirby. Councilor Cooper?
I wasn't here on Thursday, and I didn't get a chance to watch that meeting yet. But my question is around the money. Does the ARA not have the money to pay? Is that the deal? They've spent it all down?
That's correct.
They paid for the first round of oil, and now they're all tapped out, and it's expensive oil. It's a number 6 fuel. It's not like it's.
In essence, if I might, Brian, it's not the expensive oil.
Okay.
Number 6 is what they use. It's the cheap heating oil.
That's a lot.
The process to there is a process to thin it out.
They heat it again.
To use it for heat, but it's not the expensive oil. It's not the homeowner's heating oil.
So, Councilor Churchill, you have a comment?
In respect for the position I don't hold, I kept my comments to myself last week, and I probably will support this, but I was hoping that one of the resolutions would be that we board up the first floor and let the heater go. Because if anybody's gonna burn it, they're gonna break in. And we're gonna spend a lot of money on heat. And it's not a guarantee that nothing's gonna happen to the building, but a lot of cities and towns just board up the factory's first floor, deny access as best they can, and let it ride. We are gonna spend a lot of money. I think, I'll respect the chief's opinion. I think, though, I wish we had considered that. Board that building up and just let it go, because I think we would have survived. However, it's been brought out, the fire safety issue has been brought out, like, we ride the safety bicycle like it's the only one around. At any rate, I'm mixed. I have mixed feelings, but I probably will support it, but I wish we had considered that. I think that's a lot of money. What do we spend at 50 grand? 130 for 50,000 gallons or something like that.
That's all of it.
Bunker fuel is hard to ignite. Like Mr. Blair said, they're gonna have to reintroduce it to a heating process to make it work, which was very common in the factories in the city for quite some time. And I probably shouldn't say in a public forum. He's gone, good.
It's still on television.
Yeah,
I don't care.
and he listens.
My conscience says I had to say this. I want to say it.
That's why you're sitting
And not to belittle anything that was said here, but I would hope they would have considered that. You know, it's a possibility that nothing's going to happen to that building, and if anything does, it's because somebody does it. There's nothing in there. The fire load in there is very minimal. So I'm hoping that we survive with what we do, but I wish we had considered that, and that's the end of my comments.
Thank you, Councilor Churchill, but I have a question for you. In your past experience, you and I have both seen large factories catch fire. One in Worcester took the lives of a couple of firemen. One in Lawrence was a substantial fire that burned, I think, for 3 or 4 days. One in, I think it was Smithfield or Woonsocket. Was I think you were probably at that fire. Do you think, my question to you is, do you think that that building can actually be secured against a potential arsonist?
Nothing's an absolute no.
Correct.
But do you think that that oil burner will run till, and this, either side is a guess. And we're guessing that the heater is going to sustain it. And I probably will support that, but I think I would have looked into that more seriously about securing that building. It would have been a lot cheaper. However, we're already going down that path. I just feel obligated, I needed to say that. And to answer your question, there are no absolutes in anything what you do. But right now, the only risk to that building is people going in there and doing something. Because the only ignition source in the building is going to be the burner itself. So it's a crapshoot, pardon my French on TV. And I'll I'll support the chief's wishes, but I wish we had spent more time considering that. And if they did, I apologize.
You're done. I share your opinion that I wish we had longer time to consider this. And
But I guess
that
we
is
don't.
why I asked the chairman of the Budget Administration Committee to give us an agenda in advance of the meeting. And I believe that he did his best to do that. I think that we were not given an agenda far enough in advance for some other reason, but it didn't meet my request. Because I know I like to have time to absorb something. In the time since the mayor has presented this to the council, it occurred to me that his request for the $134,000 to heat the building is less than we would have paid an executive director for the ARA in this year, of which our current chairman is volunteering her time. That made me digest this a little bit more easily, that it is a tremendous amount of money that we're pouring into the atmosphere. It's like burning dollars. But I put the weight of my decision as a councilor at large in the decisions of the ward councilors that it affects more directly. So I am very pleased that Councilor Denley has done due diligence and taken the time to examine our chief financial officer over what is going on with the money. And I share his concern and your concerns about what would happen should that building catch fire and the safety of our residents. So I will be supporting this measure, even though I'm not one equally to give away $134,000 to the Attleboro Redevelopment Authority.
Postscript, if I may, sir, I think the mayor's correct about the decontamination of the building is the most important thing. It's far above anything else that we've talked about, so obviously I have to deal with that too.
And he has warned us that that's probably a $3 million project.
Okay.
Mr.
Council
Chairman,
Blaze,
if I might, I think, I like Ronnie's idea if this was out somewhere. You know, we're not gonna stop somebody from breaking in, setting a fire. My concern is the hazardous waste that's in the building. If a fire should occur, if you could tell me that, if I was assured myself, Ronnie, and I'm not asking you to assure me, my concern is, as closely populated as that is, it's close to the hospital. I don't want to be the one saying, board it up, we get a fire. If you could board it up, get a fire and let it burn, it'd save us some money in the long run. But
You're not allowed to solicit that on television.
no, I'm
If I
just
may,
saying,
Mr.
I'm just saying, I personally am afraid, I'm personally afraid myself of the hazardous waste that I know nothing about, but it was told to us that it is hazardous, you're not supposed to be in the building. If something happened and you affected those people in the neighborhood, I would, personally, I couldn't fathom that happen all over with myself, when we can try to put oil in it, get it through, and get it down as fast as possible.
Not to stay here till Thursday.
That's right.
When Reynolds and Markman burned,
Yeah.
as you remember,
Yeah.
that had buku.
Oh, I
The
understand
heat
that.
destroyed most of it. The risk that the chief is talking about of his men going into the building.
Right.
That's a real risk. I
So the
don't think
risk
the
is-
neighbors should be alarmed if the place catches on fire, because I
Okay.
think most of the stuff is gonna disappear with the heat.
All right.
And that should have been brought up. And there is a risk there, of course there is, there's always a risk.
I didn't understand that fully, and if his concern, it still should be our
Reynolds
concern
and
of
Markman
those.
had cyanide, we had the EPA here at all.
It still should be our concern of the people that are working
Yes.
for us, Ronnie.
I'm just stating that I wish we had
Okay.
considered that. I'm gonna
All right.
support this, I got no
Okay,
choice.
all right, I just think, even at that comment, I think our concern is our employees, our firemen, and if they have to go into the building. If you assured me
I
that,
think you've made that clear. Councilor Denley, you had your hand up.
I'm good for now.
Okay, Councilor Perrican.
I'm curious, I know that we did speak of the fire concern. I thought that the larger concern was that the pipes would freeze And then there would be not that, we're arguing both sides of the same coin, but I thought that that's what the concern was, is that the pipes would freeze, and then they would burst, and then our streets would be flooded in the community with the toxic water that would come from there. I thought that was the crux of the whole conversation.
Well, if you
Because
brought it
then
up, you shut the
that-
water off.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
Council
if I
Perica,
may.
I think you might have misunderstood a point.
And if I just.
Let me clear that up first.
Well, if I
before
could
you-
finish speaking first, if that's okay?
Yes.
Is that I thought it was, that was the reason why we're spending over $50,000 for heating oils, so that we can prevent that from being the problem. And in addition to all the rest of the funds is the electricity and things like that to keep everything.
So let me clarify your issue to my understanding, and that is that the wet system in there could be shut off and drained and not freeze, and allowed to get very, very cold, and no water would go anywhere. If, however, the sprinkler system is charged and it's wet, and it does freeze because the boiler goes out, then there would be an issue because the water that would be in the pipes would freeze. It would then become something inside the building and it would migrate.
Right.
And they don't want that to happen. The heat is being, the $134,000 for the heat is to keep the pipes warm enough so that they won't freeze, and that they will be charged so that if the fire department has to go into a building, they have the assistance of the wet sprinkler system, which is insufficient to put out the fire by itself.
Okay.
So I know during the mayor's meeting, I made a comment about an ice sculpture. It was a jest to the chief, and it took on its own life. But I can understand how you would be confused by the issues.
Well, I think I wasn't confused. I think that both things kind of go hand in hand. Do you have a breakdown of what the costs were? Because I don't have from last week, because I didn't think it was a total $100,000 for the fuel costs. I thought it was.
I do.
Additional costs involved.
50,000 gallons at 2 point something.
Was that what it was?
Yeah.
50,000 gallons at 2
That's
point
where I
something.
might be confused, is the 50,000 times
Equals.
2.02 equals 100. The gallons, not right. Exactly.
It's a little over 100.
But I know that there were some other costs involved in that too. So I just wanted
Yes.
to see what those were.
There is a $6,000 cost for bid assistance to Axiom Partners to prepare and assist the city and the redevelopment authority with drafting the bid specifications for both the remediation and the demolition. In addition to that, they will require 50,368 gallons of heating oil through the month of April at an average cost of it's $2.05.4 per gallon. And with that estimate, they will need $103,455.87 for the heating fuel alone. On top of that, it's estimated that the original cost to provide the electricity, the gas and water and security system through the month of May is $25,000. That's how we got to $134,455.87.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
You're welcome. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Can I just clarify something for our councilor over
Yes,
here?
you may.
The reason you need electricity, so if the sprinkler works, it trips the box to let them know there is a fire.
There's also a photoelectric detection system in the building.
Part of the system.
Councilor Hagan.
Thank you, Mr. Conte. I was sitting here and I was listening to all the information, and I'm glad to have somebody else that understands that can kind of clarify after the conversation. I feel really uncomfortable about the total amount of money, and that I understand it is kind of like a city, but it's not. It's kind of like we're paying something, the ARA. So I'm having a really hard time with this motion and and that's why I've been trying to listen to everybody, and I do understand if it was in my ward and stuff. Are we just basically waiting to demolish the building?
Yes.
Is that basically, because we can't do it right now?
Correct.
Okay. What are those other costs? Is the ARA going to take care of all these other costs that are associated with that? Because even if I do support this, I'm not gonna vote to support any other spending associated. And that is part of the issue. We always say opening a can of worms and stuff. I'm having a hard time with this.
Okay.
I'm going.
Let's try to get you to a place where you feel more comfortable,
Yeah.
either for or against, okay? Councilor Denley, would you expound on the conversations you had with the chief financial officer about the city side funding?
Sure. So I had the same concerns, right? Because we all
Right.
sat on this horseshoe and we all said, we're not getting more money to the ARA.
Right.
And I am clouded because I am the Ward 5 counselor and it's right there in my ward. But I still felt like I had the obligation to not give them a blank check, not just give them more money to do what they want with. So that's why I specifically called Mr. Lacasse, and we did have multiple conversations. And
I understand
we're
how they're gonna
subsidizing the ARA, sort of.
Yeah.
Here's how I justified it. The building is in our city. If it were to catch on fire, while I hope all the contaminants would burn up, I'm not assured of that myself because I don't have the expertise that Mr. Churchill has.
I don't have any.
It's going from city money to city money, and it's not like the ARA can use it for what they want. They have to submit invoices to us, and they don't. It's not like they can pay it and then say, "Hey, we paid this." They submit us how much it will cost. We cut that exact amount from the account, give it to the, so it's like an
I
intermediary.
understand all that, but that's still part of the problem that I'm having with paying.
It is part of the problem.
Counselor, if I may interrupt.
I understand everything, I'm just
Counselor,
having a hard time.
Are you thinking, as we have thought in the past, along the lines that funds should be loaned to the ARA rather than to fund ARA activity? Is that where your hangup is?
Okay, I just want to hear what Councilor Cooper has to say.
So again, I wasn't here, I will go back and watch the presentation, but I too am struggling with a $135,000 expense when we said many times we were not gonna do exactly what we are doing. And they have never, ever used any city money that we loaned them without us knowing exactly where it was going. So this is not a new concept for the ARA spending a blank check per se. Any of the money that we have loaned them, we knew exactly what the intent of spending that money was from. So that doesn't make me feel any better. That makes me feel like we're justifying in our minds why we think we ought to make a $135,000 expenditure to heat the building. And I don't necessarily disagree with the fact that the building needs to be secure and safe as it can be and have a fire suppression or whatever the professionals think that building needs. But I won't support it. I won't advocate to support spending $135,000 in the absence of some way, somehow, us arranging some memorandum of understanding that the city will get that money back. That is what we have, and I'm even struggling at that, because that is what virtually every single one of us at one point in the time I've sat in that chair has said. And I think it's time we, as a group, say, we mean what we say, or just write the blank check. Because I'm tired of coming back here saying we're not going to do this and tap dancing and yodeling around the issue of giving them more money. Either we want to or we don't. And if we do, let's assure that we're going to get that back. Let's not just say yes because it makes us feel better that we're going to tell them that they're paying the oil bill and the electric bill for the Swank building. I'm really having a hard time, and I have to go back and watch that and rewatch the comments that Councilor Denley made initially so I can remove some of the emotion, but I'm annoyed that we would entertain spending $135,000 when we all said we weren't going to do that anymore.
Complete your comments?
Thank you.
I'd like to bring up a point of order, Councilor. that as a chairman, I cannot make a motion to amend any motion in front of my committee. And that if the committee votes this out of committee, you do have an opportunity to make a motion to amend the motion when it comes in front of the council. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you for that. And I thank you for pointing that out. And in the meantime, if your committee so chose to vote that out, I'll call Barry. I'm sure he's probably watching. He knows my opinion. He may call me before I call him. But I will call him and let him know that
I just
I
want
need
you
some
and the public to
clarification.
understand that there's always an opportunity that's a safety valve.
Adjust.
Something to adjust it, right.
Right. I got that.
Okay, good.
Thank you, sir.
And you heard that as well. Good. Councilor Blaze was just ahead of you. Let me get Councilor Blaze.
I just want to bring this out, that this is basically an emergency. They will run out of oil. It isn't nothing we can put off for another 2 weeks. They will run out of oil, and we will be in that situation. I believe it's a city matter myself to protect both our employees and the neighbors from a possible hazard. I will not be the one to say, I don't want to protect the neighbors, and I don't want to protect the
Scare
fire.
tactics, Peter.
Huh?
It's scare tactics.
Order,
You're riding the safety bike.
order. Mr. Blair has the floor. Are you
No,
good?
that
Councilor Denley.
commence my,
So, to be candid, I very much share the same opinion as Mr. Cooper and Ms. Hegney. And if I were a betting man, I'd say the chairman probably does too, because when funding the ARA came up, the four of us tended to be the strongest against it. I'm the Ward 5 counselor.
get it.
I can't not fund this. I did my due diligence and I found a way to justify in my head that it's okay. And I gave that to you guys. I don't know if I wasn't the ward counselor, if I would buy that as a justification. But I have to say, for my constituents, I'm voting for this, absolutely. I mean, I have a dangerous building that is contaminated to the T, like full of contamination, everything you can think of. And I started off by saying I have this juxtaposition where the four of us said the same things when we gave the ARA the last check. And now I'm in a position where I have a building which, if it burns down, I have no clue what's going to happen to my constituents. So I concur. And while saying that, I'm going to vote for it because I found a way to rationalize it in my head. I gave you guys my explanation. Maybe you can use it too. Maybe you can dig deeper and find more information. I don't know, but everyone has to see the two positions I'm coming from and the fact that to me this is extremely important and I would like it pushed through as quickly as possible. And it's an unfortunate way to fund it, but I've justified it in my head and I'm going to support this. So I agree and disagree all at the same time. There you go.
Wow.
Councilor Berger.
Just as a point of clarification, you have the expectation to vote on this tonight.
yes.
So we don't really
Yes.
have the capability to dig any deeper or make any phone calls or ask any questions
Things can
because of
change,
the
Councilor.
voting. I was just to make sure that everyone was clear that the intent is to vote upon this evening.
I intend to vote it through council, through committee. However, I share Councilor Denley's confliction that it disturbed me that this was being peddled as a public safety issue. It disturbed me that it came up out of the blue suddenly as an emergency measure. I don't like emergency measures at all. And I think that if the council failed to vote it, that there's always another alternative. Shut the water off, turn the pipes, and board up the building. It's not the best alternative that the fire chief wants, but it is an alternative. And it's not the case that there's one way or the highway. There's always something else that can happen. I do think that we should vote it out of committee. I have enjoyed the conversation that we've had, because I can't talk to these two fellas other than here. And I'm looking forward to further discussion when it comes onto the council floor. Councilor Denley?
I would just ask as the Ward 5 counselor, that we vote on it tonight, and we all have to make decisions that are difficult all the time. And this might not be a fun vote, but maybe it's a vote we have to take. And as chairman, I'm not chairman, so I don't get to make that decision. But I would ask the chairman, bring it up, let's make that difficult decision, and let the council's votes decide it, and let's move on.
I will inform you that when it does come up to council, the vote will need 6 votes in the affirmative to pass. Councilor Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Eager to hear your thoughts.
I'll tell you, I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of things that everyone has said. Having put limits on the ARA many, many years ago, when we were first talking about connecting Olive Street and, not Mill Street, Wall? Yeah, thank you, Wall Street together. And only funding 1A, and then funding 1B, keeping the strings really tight as far as how much money we were letting out there and for what we were going to get done. But I feel that I wouldn't want to hang my hat on this one as drawing the line, because I think that the potential for anything to happen with that particular building, I mean, they had to evacuate the building. They couldn't use the building anymore because there are so many contaminants in there. Taking that into consideration, I don't see how I can vote against it, even though it goes against my grain, the way that we're doing it. It's just another one of the tough decisions. Bottom line, nothing's easy here. Even the ones we think are no-brainers.
I appreciate your comments, Councilor Thibodeau.
Yeah.
As usual, they're perceptive. Are there any further comments on the motion? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. On the subject of capital improvements, I'd like to discuss 2 things with you. Number 1, the water meter motion that had been discussed at the last committee meeting, you were absent, has been resolved, and the mayor explained in the budget administration meeting a decision that we had taken last year and all forgot, that the people who actually use the water meters for water and sewer are to pay a proportional amount for the meters rather than the people who use it only for water and have their own private sewer. So that's been, I think, resolved to everyone's, but the motion did not come down to the committee tonight for passage because the mayor wasn't able to put it through, so we'll deal with that in the future.
Excuse me,
Yes, Councilor.
this motion has already come down to committee, and you withheld that section of it. You can legitimately take a vote on that tonight.
Well, let me see if I have it. If I have it, I'll do that.
All we did was withhold that for further study. You did the further study, you've got the explanation.
Correct.
We can vote on that this evening.
Can you signal Linda to see if she can pull that out?
Do we have the motion for the water meters?
No, because when I spoke to Mayor Grimace, I believe he has to send that down again.
What?
No, he said, we said at the committee meeting on Thursday night that because we had just removed it from the
vote,
that piece from the vote, that way we didn't further study on it, now we're all right, ready to vote on it, so we can just use that piece.
I can prepare a motion if you'd like for this.
Would you do that for me, please?
I'll be glad to do it.
I think it's the same motion that we had last time that I just didn't read.
Yeah, I just have to-
I just don't happen to have that here in front of me.
No, I had a conversation with the mayor, and that's what I thought he was going to do, so.
Yep. Linda, I don't think that was our intention
But I
at
can
the
do
time.
that if you're comfortable doing it.
I am.
Do you have something he can read now?
So, the other subject I want to discuss is the meeting agenda for the capital improvements plan. And we had earlier said that we would try to get this all done during January. However, the mayor is away at a conference, and he's not gonna be able to start those meetings in January. So there is a new schedule out, starting Monday, February 2nd, in the council chambers at 5 o'clock. We'll start with budget administration, cover the office of the city clerk, the office of the city collector, the council on aging, elections, and health. And then on Wednesday, February 4th, in the council chambers at 5 o'clock, we will cover the library, recreation, inspection, park and forestry, and the school department. The following week, on Monday, February 9th, in the council chambers at 5 o'clock, we will interview the department heads from the police department, the planning and development, fire department, and the mayor's office citywide account. Then following that, on Wednesday, February 11th, here in the council chambers at 5 o'clock, we will discuss the capital improvement request from the Department of Public Works, the Water Department, and the Wastewater Department. The general discussion, which follows with the committee members and the council, will be scheduled sometime during that meeting on February, at the end of that meeting, February 11th, so that we can come up with a date that we can all attend in the annex meeting, and I will prepare the same thing that I've done in the past, the PowerPoint presentation slides, so that we can slide through the capital improvement plan. Again, this year, during the capital improvement meetings, I'll be taking careful notes about the decisions that you're requesting, or the information you're requesting, but not the general discussion, so that they will all be available to you at the time that we have our general discussion. And that way, you'll be able to review the items, what was said. We can rediscuss that again, as we did 2 years ago, and we will completely go through the entire plan. Did you have a comment, Council, there? No, sir. Is there any issues with the capital improvement plan? Good, excellent. I have started reading the plan, and I will have read the whole plan. There's a lot of changes in this year's plan. I was surprised to see the number of changes. And in particular, this year, in going through that plan, I am, like you, concerned about the dollar estimates that we have for some of those capital improvement items. For example, there's an item in there for a Briggs Station redesign that they think might be $10,000 or more, and we all know that once you trigger an architect into a building, you're talking 25 grand minimum. So I plan on that one item, I plan on saying to the chief, $10,000 is fiction. You know, $25,000 is a minimum if you're gonna redesign a building. And we've learned that through the animal shelter, and now the water department building and the DPW building, so I think we have a leg to stand on, that we would like to see slightly more accurate numbers. And it's wonderful, we can all go through it at the same time, and we can all question the dollars. And I think in this economy where commercial construction costs are rising at 20% this year, it's the year that we do this, that we give a closer example. The vehicles and everything else are just right off a price list, that's easy. And same with the equipment, and I'm not so concerned about that as I am something like spending $3 million to tear down a smack that. So Linda is about to deliver me the motion for the water meters, and we'll be able to take care of that tonight as well. I'm very happy we can clear off my agenda.
I don't think you have to vote that out of committee because it's already out.
No, it's not out of committee.
Oh, okay.
We held it before you voted.
Oh, all right.
I just apologize that I just don't have that from.
That's my question.
Okay, thank you.
100,000 for the parade. Could use that, huh?
Oh, my God.
From the docket of February 6, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $236,974.45 from account 61000-359000 Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings for water capital improvement item being from the Water Enterprise Fund, replacement of 1,100 water meters.
Second.
Thank you, Councilor Thibodeau. For the public, this $236,000 is part of a continuing effort we are taking to try to change every water meter in the city of Attleboro. Water meters can be inaccurate. They can cause you to have an inaccurate water bill. That's typically not the problem, especially with the new water meters. We had an incident last year with one of the big buildings in the city where they called the water department complaining about the water usage in the building. The water department replaced the water meter with a brand new water meter, and still the water usage was very high. And the people inside the building found that they actually named the water meter the Pope water meter because the Pope could not be wrong. The water meter could not be wrong, and there was an insistence that the water meter was not wrong. And lo and behold, they discovered a leaking toilet, which was flowing a tremendous amount of money into the water system. So
Showing up in the sewer bill.
right, exactly. It increased their sewer bill as well as their water bill. So getting a new water meter is a good thing for a resident because it ensures that what you're being billed for is what you're using. It's in the interest of the city as well as the residents to have new water meters. Councilor Denley?
I believe there's an additional benefit of giving city staff time to do other things, because where previously you had to go onto the property to read the water meter, you can just drive down the street with a computer and it goes beep, 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 and reads everyone's water meter automatically. So it frees up our water department and wastewater department's time to do other things too. So not only is it more accurate, it's more efficient as well.
Yes, the new water meters are radio frequency devices that can be read from the street. Any other comments on the motion? The motion's in order. Seconded by Councilor Dibble. All in favor? Aye. Motion passes. Excellent. That concludes the business that I have to bring before you this evening. I entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
I declare the Capital Improvements Committee adjourned at 10:29. Thank you all for your contributions.
We've got regular stuff to go through.
I'll be with you in 2 minutes. Or shorter.
Or shorter.
5, 6, 7.
I'm not saying a word.
He made me the timer earlier.
Come on, Heather.
Nope. I'm not doing it.
Come on.
Nope. It's getting late. Heather gets a little sassy.
Make sure.
We've been doing that all night, like all of us. Like,
Well, I had to remember where I was. I didn't want to put anything more in Peter's drawer, so.
you may have some stuff in your drawer from Mark, just say it.
Maybe.
Because I've watched him pop it open and drop it. He's like, where are my dirty
If it's anything
tissues?
good?
Peter, where'd it go? He decided he was all done.
It's a hot
mic.
So I researched some of the construction.
Yeah, no, just let me know.
Anything over,
I just one of those people I like.
can you guarantee it?
No, I appreciate that. Because I could drop a bad word at any given moment.
No one's gonna catch on fire if somebody.
I have a very, I am a truck driver by trade. Right, Walter?
Absolutely.
Lightning's not there
I've
long
never
enough. You
heard
gotta
you
have
say
context. It's gotta go to ground. It's just.
Walter, how's stuff
of
on the,
people-
I know all the words.
Spent 30 years
how's the
teaching this
south
stuff
side of town?
over the country.
The south side of town's doing okay.
Do you know where I went? I went to the Checker Club for my birthday.
Oh, yeah.
Dave Martin's owns
Can
it.
it catch on fire? Of course it can. What's the probability?
It's nice.
2%.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't know if he's
Somebody
had his
goes
grand
and sets it.
opening yet or
Which is
not.
very probable.
Because he's got,
Especially now that we're talking about it.
I'm sure that the place is
Well,
open.
that's the reason I'm gonna
But
support it.
he's gonna put on some kind of a grand opening.
Yeah, I was talking to him. He had the whole
Already made a
restaurant
big
come out
issue.
and sing to me.
Some things that come into this council are not easy.
Well, you don't have much time. Well, it's just weird like this.
We won't.
No, I don't think it needs to be that way.
Richard, spoke to the mayor in person.
Yeah, I don't have
sent him 2
anything,
emails.
and
I know you did. I know you
I don't
did
think
your
there's
best.
huge discussion.
Those are your committee
What's-
minutes with change, that addition of water meters and committee minutes.
Thank you.
Coming in, hot and heavy.
Coming.
Hot and heavy.
Sign the bottom and give this back. So this goes.
Do I have all the motions
Let him ride a bike.
tonight? Excuse me. Not you, I'm just, hey, whatever you want to do, Linda's fine.
Meeting adjourned.
Short of that.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, short of that, yeah, because we'd have to be here another
Do I have
minute.
it?
And so would you.
Keep it simple.
It's coming forward tonight.
Mr. Conti, did you get what I gave you
I
signed
think,
to the main
President Blair,
motion?
you have my
Yes.
paperwork.
So does Peter have one of these?
Well,
You don't?
President, I need a moment to get
Oh, I
something.
can't
Write it
believe-
down, Pete, write it
I can't
down.
believe that.
This one's yours.
You don't have anything
Oh, there's
tonight.
been a lot going on tonight, so.
I got,
I'll get it, I'll do it.
Ordinance, you don't,
Would you pass this on, Mr. Clerk?
certainly. Jeremy, you don't have anything tonight, do you? No. Because, too bad I was asked to hand to you.
Mr. Chairman, Public Works,
Did you hydrate it already?
capital improvements.
Got enough?
Peter, he's gonna give you the one that's signed, so the one I gave you was
Yeah.
just for, to read.
Okay.
And he'll give you a
I don't
signed
remember where I
one, so you don't
parked
think
my
you
car.
have to.
Thank you.
I can only get the mug.
You told me,
Yes, sir.
Put that underneath.
You got it?
Look at
Grab
this.
it when
Thank you.
you're ready.
You told me you printed lots of
I did not.
It could have been worse if one of those people could have tried to get up.
You'll be sure to second the motion, because I've already put your name into
The last person who poked.
No problem, no problem. Only you and I know that.
Mark, this is yours, this large one.
yes, I'm not reading them.
Okay.
What?
I don't care, no, it's not through yet.
I like your ideas a little bit naive. I thought you-
Marijuana,
Mark's already read it in.
marijuana, ordered.
We have it all?
I still have to go through the mayor's communication.
I've got faith in
I guess what, it's my next step, I just want to call it back to order.
Okay.
You have all the municipal,
Mr. President, you have copies? You have copies?
of yours? That's what I just asked, whatever
Can't
the
give you the water one, because I don't have one.
I got one here.
Okay.
It's not signed,
Oh,
but
I
that's
do have
fine.
two, but it's not signed. Here.
Thank you. All righty. I'd like to call the city council back to order at 10:34. Ms. Sharkroff, would you please go on to the reading of the mayor's communication? And while you're doing that, I will grab the assignment of committees here.
January 20th, 2015. Dear Municipal Councilors, I respectfully submit for confirmation by your honorable body the following appointments to positions and for the terms indicated. There are copies in your packets. They are all for the Youth Commission for a term of 2 years, term to expire February 2017. Casey Sullivan, Jacob Vieira, and Paulina Janik.
That will be assigned to personnel and human service.
I respectfully submit a communication from Chief of Police Kyle P. Hegney regarding the donation of 40 Nikon 8W120 waterproof digital cameras with an estimated value of $13,998 from the City of New Bedford through the Byron Justice Assistance Grant. In accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept this generous donation to the City of Attleboro. There are copies in your packets.
Public safety and emergency management, please.
For your information, I regret to inform your honorable body, we have received the resignation of Christopher Dickinson from the Cultural Council. I know you will join me in thanking Mr. Dickinson for his service to the city. There are copies in your packets.
Copy to all councils,
I
please.
respectfully submit a communication from Building Commissioner Douglas A. Simple regarding the donation of 7 used 5-drawer filing cabinets from the Protective Inspection Department from Brian Germain. Total estimated value is $350. In accordance with Section 1-12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro, I hereby request your honorable body to accept this generous gift to the City of Attleboro. For copies in your packets.
City property and claims, please.
Thank you.
I respectfully submit a communication from Kyle P. Hegney, Chief of Police, regarding the need for additional funding to train and equip 3 police recruits due to retirements and promotions. The tuition to attend a full-time police academy for each officer is $3,500. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $10,500 from the citywide reserve fund for transfer account to police tuition and books account. In addition, according to the police union contract, each new employee shall be granted an initial uniform allowance sufficient for the purchase of uniforms required by the Police Recruit Training Academy. The cost for the uniforms and equipment for each officer is $1,000. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $3,000 from the citywide reserve fund for transfer account to the police uniforms account. Additionally, 10 new police officers are being hired. Each police officer will need to be issued a set of police badges. The associated cost for breast badge and hat badges is $167.15. Therefore, I hereby request your honorable body to transfer $1,671.50 from citywide reserve fund for transfer to police supply. Upon approval, the available balance in the reserve fund for transfer will be $49,938. There are copies in your packets.
Public safety and emergency management, please. Ms. Jacro, if you'd please read number 6 as far as that first section, and I'm going to waive the rest of the reading.
The
and
first section, the
refer
first
to
paragraph,
committee.
the first 2 paragraphs.
The first paragraph's all right.
Okay.
I'll refer it to committee and it can come out to
Okay.
committee with all the details.
I am very pleased to
A little
report.
late.
I am very pleased to report that the union members from the following associations have ratified 3-year collective bargaining agreements with the city for the period of July 1st, 2014 through June 30th, 2017. Attleboro Public Safety Dispatches Association, Municipal Laborers Union, Laborers and DPW, Municipal Clerks Association, and the Firefighters Local 848.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll refer that to Personnel and Human Services, please.
And it is signed sincerely, Kevin J. Dumas, Mayor.
Do you have any other communications this evening?
Yes, I have
Madam Clerk?
a couple more. I have a communication from Mayor Kevin J. Dumas calling for a special meeting on Thursday, January 15th, 2015, for the purpose of an appropriation needed for architectural services and any other matter that may legally come before the council.
That's been done, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Bless you.
Excuse me. Just to put it in the record.
Okay, thank you.
I have an application for a new 2015 Class II auto license from State Auto Wholesalers, 885 Washington Street, Attleboro, Mass. For 7 customer parking spaces and 34 display spaces.
Yeah, licenses, please.
This is a new application, so it'll require
Require a public hearing.
Request a public hearing at the appropriate time, Mr. President.
February 3rd, 2015.
February 3rd?
3rd, 2015.
That
The next
doesn't
meeting.
conflict with the capital improvements?
Nope.
What are we doing, 2nd, 4th, and 5th?
We're doing Mondays and Wednesdays, we
Okay.
meet on Tuesdays.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
I have a communication from Attorney Lauren G. Galvin relative to a conflict of interest opinion regarding municipal employee running for municipal council. Were copies given to all members.
Copies to all councils, thank you, Madam Clerk.
I have a communication from City Solicitor Robert Mangiarati relative to,
It's late.
I'm sorry, it's late, Harvard Street layouts.
Excuse me? For Harvard Street?
Yes.
Layout.
Yeah.
That's also been addressed, right? That's reading that into the record, or is this?
No, you're going to refer this one to the Transportation and Traffic Committee and members. You don't have a
Copy
copy.
to, copy to all members.
Okay.
And refer that to Transportation and Traffic, thank you.
And finally, I have a communication from McMahon, Transportation Engineers and Planners, relative to Bishop Fan High School proposed alternative summary. She did her presentation tonight. And this will be referred to Transportation and Traffic Committee and members.
Copy to all councilors and refer
Yes.
that to.
Is that the big stack?
Don't forget,
Yes.
never mind.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thanks for your assistance.
You're welcome.
Next on the agenda is Committee of the Whole. Unless there's somebody here to address the council, don't you dare.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you. No, I'm all set for you.
Thank you. Seeing there's no one,
You have to take a vote to enter, I'm sorry.
excuse me?
You have to take a vote to enter into the Committee of the Whole.
Okay, we're suspending the rules, so I'm not gonna have Committee of the Whole this evening.
You have to take a vote to suspend the rules.
We
We already did that.
before you were here.
Okay, sorry, missed it.
All right? Hey, everybody, every little bit of help counts. Okay, committee reports, starting with Mr. Denley.
Reporting for the Committee on Ordinances, Elections, and Legislative Matters. We have no business tonight. However, I'd like to call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Churchill.
I'm reporting for two committees tonight, Mr. President. The first one is Licensing Committee from the docket of January 20th, 2015. I move to approve the request to withdraw the following applications. I have two bullets. The application for a new 2014 junk dealer's license from Eco ATM, Inc., 10121 Barnes Canyon Road, San Diego, California, to buy back used electronics through a fully automated Kursk machine to be located at 251 Washington Street, Attleboro, Mass., which is a Stop and Shop. And the second bullet is from the same company for 469 Pleasant Street, Attleboro, Mass., which is a Stop and Shop.
Second.
And, this company originally applied, and I had checked with the police chief, and some of the restrictions that they were gonna use would be similar to North Attleboro. And I don't know why they rescinded their request, but it has since been rescinded, and I don't have any problem with that.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. Any questions or comments?
None, sir.
Hearing none, this requires a voice vote. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, motion passed.
With your permission, Mr. President, I have docket for Public Works. On the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $34,026.92 from account 100-3590000, undesignated fund balance, general government, as follows.
Mr. Churchill, just to speed things up, I read the numbers in committee, so if you just want to, read the amount and the description.
Okay. $379 for forest supplies.
Yep.
$1,269.06, safety signs of supplies, park service. $1,815.58 for park service supplies equipment. $2,213.28 parks and forest foul weather gear. $48.42.50 from Public Works supplies other. $19,386.83 Public Works supplies equipment, and $4,120.67 Public Works foul weather gear.
Mr. Churchill, any questions or comments?
This was discussed in committee. I have no problem with this.
Okay, this requires, excuse me, a roll call vote. Starting with
Ms. Hegney.
Ms. Hegney.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, sir. From the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $4,524.89 from account 6100-578300 Water Enterprise Fund Reserve Fund for transfer to the following accounts. Friendly amended to change account 6100-558320 Winter Enterprise Fund Supplies Other to account 6100-55809. First bullet, $151, and I'll skip the account number, Water Enterprise Fund Supplies Other, $4,373.29 to Water Enterprise Fund Fall Weather.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. Any questions or comments?
Again, sir, discussed in committee, I have no problems.
Okay, this requires a roll call vote, and we'll start with Mr. Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hagan.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes,
10 yeas, 0 nays.
motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. From the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $9,902.68 from account 6000-5783000 Water Waste Enterprise Fund Reserve Fund for transfer to the following accounts. 3 bullets, 457708 to Water Enterprise Fund Supplies Other.
Wastewater.
Second bullet, 3142 to Wastewater Enterprise Fund Supplies Equipment. And last bullet, 218360 to Wastewater Enterprise Fund Fall Weather Gear.
Thank you. Any comments or questions?
None, sir?
I do.
Yes.
When we discussed this in committee, or when we discussed it last week in committee, I raised the question with regards to the difference in cost for cones.
And if my memory serves me correctly, I gave you an answer, and maybe it didn't.
There was the potential for the possibility of an answer.
Yes.
For a reasoning, but we didn't have any,
Okay.
I wasn't given any very specific.
The Pacific is a different height and tones. I talked to Mr. Kennedy that night, and I'm sorry, I thought I told you, but I did, so I apologize.
Mr. President, I think on the 15th, the mayor briefly went over that. He talked about the cones.
I did directly ask Superintendent Kennedy.
I'm not saying it was clear, Councilor Parika, but he
wasn't
did
any-
mention, I got the impression that we're standardizing things, but he did mention the cones.
Same vendor, different size
Yeah,
cone.
well, if it's the same vendor, then the different cones are
Right,
for
we
the
had,
different
I'm
departments.
sorry, we did have this discussion, but there was nothing, that's fine.
Okay.
It was a difference of $400, so
I
I thought it was
apologize.
important
Yeah,
to.
and
vet
and
that
the question was well versed. I asked Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, I thought I got back.
That's all I have, sir. That's not all I have, but that's all I have on the comments.
Okay.
One more.
This requires a roll call vote, starting with Ms. Hagman.
Ms. Hagney.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
President Blair.
Yes,
9 yeas, 0 nays.
motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. President. One more motion. I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $11,990 from account 6100-578300 Water Enterprise Fund Reserve for transfer to account 6100-5-5691010 Water Enterprise Fund taxes to other communities regarding funds to pay upcoming real estate tax to the communities for the remainder of fiscal year 2015.
Second.
Thank you, excuse me, thank you, Mr. Churchill. Any comments or questions?
Obviously, we have other cities helping us out. We gotta pay our taxes. That's all I have to say on that.
Okay, any other questions or comments from council? Hearing none, this requires a roll call vote, and we'll start with Mr. Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hagney.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes,
10 yeas, 0 nays.
thank you. Motion passes.
That's all I have, Mr. President. Barring any unforeseen public hearings, I call for a subcommittee meeting at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Churchill. Your request is granted. Mr. Conti, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. Reporting for the Capital Improvements City Development Committee, I have 3 motions to bring before the council this evening. From the supplemental docket of January 20th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $88,000 from account 61000-359000 Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings the fund for a water storage facility to fund the Robinson Green Beretta Corporation's fee for the design of the water department's maintenance and storage building on West Street.
Second.
Any comments, Kathy?
We discussed this just about an hour ago, and I don't think I have any further comments.
Fellow councilors have any comments or questions? Hearing none, this requires a roll call vote, and we will start with Ms. Heckman.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Acting President Blair?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. From the supplemental docket of January 20th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $134,455.87 from the undesignated fund balance general government account to the ARA intergovernmental account relative to the bid for remediation, demolition, and the heating costs of the Swank building located on Hazel Street.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments, Mr. Conti?
No, Mr. President, I don't think I have, Mr. Acting President, I don't think I have any further comments.
Any other councilors? Comments, Mr. Cooper?
I
Oh,
think
I'm
he might
sorry.
have been first, but.
Very good, I like that. Mr. Denley?
Thank you, President Blair. This is not a vote anyone wants to take, but this is the vote we have before us. I acknowledge as much as anyone else does that this is an unsavory vote to take. We're kind of balancing our ideals with the unfortunate reality that we're faced with. I don't often harp on public safety. My hope is that this does not become a public safety issue, but I certainly see the potential for it to maybe be one if we don't take these actions. In my opinion, the justifications to do this outweigh the risks that we take if we don't do this. It is more important to me, obviously, because it is in my ward, but Ward 5 constituents aren't solely mine. They are also every at-large counselor's constituents, and it isn't just a Ward 4 or Ward 5 problem. It touches Ward 4, it touches the whole city. So I would implore my fellow counselors to please vote in favor of this, as I feel it is the necessary and appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Denley. Walter, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Cooper. No, I was going to ask Walter, so go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to amend the motion as suggested by Councilor Conti, that and add after Hazel Street that the ARA and the administration execute a memorandum of understanding within 60 days of the signing of this vote by the mayor between the city and the ARA for repayment of $134,455.87.
Second.
Can you repeat that a little bit more, because I need to write that down.
I will, sir, yes.
Seconded by Parika.
She was first.
That the ARA and the administration execute a memorandum of understanding within 60 days of the signing of this vote by the mayor between the city and the ARA for repayment of the $134,455.87.
Okay, just,
I'm going to read it to you in one moment, just to make sure that I have it correct. This is what I have. That your motion to amend is that the ARA and the administration execute a memorandum of understanding within 60 days of the signing of the vote by the mayor between the city and the ARA for the repayment of $134,455.87.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Church.
Mr. President, I support that. My question is, where's the teeth? Subject to their funding, subject to getting money, subject to selling property, subject to what?
They'll have to negotiate that as they've done in the past, and the timeline, I think we've given some latitude in what that timeline would be in terms of the repayment, but
I only ask, sir, because I'm not familiar with the procedure, but I agree with you. My question is, what if they never get the money?
they may not, but they have, so in fairness to them, I think I would be remiss if I didn't say that they have had these memorandums of understanding with us, and they have some today that are still outstanding, but they have made good on some of the ones that we've had in the past. So in fairness to them, although we have gone down this road with them before on memorandums of understanding from us, they have repaid some of them. So, there is always a risk, but I think it's important for our commitments to stay true to our commitments, that we're going to somehow attempt to recuperate the money that we said we weren't going to give.
Thank you. So the statement is almost as important as the paper.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Acting President, I will support this motion because it gives me a lot of the things that I want. It's going to give the Ward 5 councilor the fuel oil that he wants to put into that building to keep the building warm. And it gives me the desire of tracking the money that is going through the ARA. It is, I do believe philosophically that the citizens of Attleboro should in some way support an Attleboro Redevelopment Authority for their mission. And I believe that in proper circumstances, they can perform quite handsomely. I think that it's realistic for any community to think that a redevelopment authority can operate without any local funding. There has to be a local funding component. It exists in Boston, it exists in Taunton, it exists in all the communities that have a redevelopment authority. It's not right for us to think that we could spend zero with the ARA. However, I think that it's important that we capture and track the money that is going into the ARA because it's part of our responsibilities. That we should not hinder, in this case, the activities of the redevelopment authority to do their job, which is to protect the citizenry of the building. But we should carefully track what it is. I'm a little disappointed that currently, let me rephrase that. When Deborah Gould comes in front of the council next week, one of the questions I want to ask her in public, and by watching this, she can be guarded that the question is coming, is there an accounting method of which the administration knows exactly how many dollars have crossed from the city side into the Attleboro Redevelopment Authority? And I'll use the monthly legal fees as an example. I know the monthly legal fees appear in the ARA minutes. I get copies of the minutes. I'm not able to meet the meetings. Councilor Denley's going to the meetings. Councilor Denley also sees everything else that's going on, and I appreciate him being there. So I think what I want is what you want, and that's why I support your motion. I would like to know exactly what's going into that ARA area of responsibility, not to prevent them from doing anything, but to know what they have, what support they need from us to do what they want to do. And that concludes my comments.
You get to comment, Mr.
Yeah, just, if I may, sir, to Councilor Conti, Rick, you'll remember our meetings in that room when we have had presentations, whether it was by the mayor, Barry, excuse me. There have been the debts that are owed to the city are listed there, which I don't remember the number off the top of my head. I'd have to dig at home and find the last one, but Barry could quickly give us that number. you know, I want to say it was in the $700,000 range, but don't quote me, but, but they know exactly what it is. They know what the memorandum of understandings were, what the timelines were, and what maybe sale of which particular property would, you know, allow the transfer of money back to the city. So I think they have a pretty detailed analysis of that. And I don't know if Deb has it, but I'm certain Barry does, because we've all seen it on some level.
Mr. Denton.
I just want to thank Mr. Cooper for not closing the book on this vote. I believe that your amendment is going to save this vote and do something good for not just Ward 5, but for the city. So my head and my heart are with you, and I support it. But politics is a weird thing, and for obvious reasons, I'm going to vote no on this. But I really thank you for bringing it forward, because I do think this will save the vote in the long run. So thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Walter, could,
Yeah.
we go into the chair for a second? I believe, thank you, Walter. I believe I understand the motion, but you're giving the administration 60 days to come up with a memorandum, agreement, and what else. And I want to assure that that building gets taken care of. And then right now, I don't think the ARA has the ability to pay that money back. So if you'd add to it, if you'd add to it when the money becomes available, something along that lines. I don't want to see this go. I know it's, Mr. Cooper has said it's a public safety scare. I think it is public safety issue, whether it be the citizens or the firemen going in the building. So I want to be assured that this money is put in place so we can heat that building, protect the people around it, and protect the firemen that go in. And I will go along with it too, but, you know, it's going to be a long time in coming getting that money back. They've got to sell some property and things have got to go through, so I want everybody to understand that. But if you feel strongly that, you know, they should pay it back and we should have an agreement, then if this is the only way we can get that oil in that tank and secure our firemen' safety as well as the neighbors, and God forbid anything happens, but, you know, let's make sure if something happens, we don't protect them.
Mr. Cooper.
I think that certainly the city solicitor has a template for this memorandum of understanding between the city and the Attleboro Redevelopment Authority, right? So, and I was relatively liberal in my allowing the administration to execute the memorandum of understanding on the terms that were agreeable to both the Redevelopment Authority and the city administration. You know, they can work out the terms and payment and when it would be appropriate and any necessary extensions that they may need to get, because if things don't happen, they don't happen. But you know, I think it's important to have it, and I wouldn't support it any other way. And I'm still at that. I'm still struggling. So you know, I think there's some assurance, and I think that will motivate. They can't do it till the mayor signs it anyway. He's in D.C. That gives them some time in the next couple of days to get this thing worked out, what the memorandum of understanding needs to be, and you know, they'll move it quickly. They're motivated to put oil in.
You still have a question, Mr. Denton?
I was just going to say to Mr. Blair, I actually think Mr. Cooper's amendment satisfies your concerns and your objectives. There's no time period when it has to be paid back. It's pretty open for the two parties to kind of make an agreement, which they can reach in the future. So I don't think, in my humble opinion, you would need to amend Mr. Cooper's amendment. I think you two actually agree, and that it's the same objective as being received.
As long as I have the insurance of this council that oil be bought.
Yes.
And that building be secured.
Yep.
without any further ado, that once we make our vote and he signs it, they can auto oil.
And if I may, I believe Mr. Cooper's amendment does assure that.
Are you good with that,
Yes,
Mr. Cooper?
yeah.
With that agreement?
Yes.
Not me.
Thank you, thank you very much. And I do agree that Mr. Cooper's amendment does speak to that and does resolve the problem. So I will be supporting that. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Are you all set?
I'm all set.
Thank you all. So I'm gonna raise my hand.
Oh, yeah? What makes you think you're gonna get elected?
Well, I don't know. Well, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Acting President. But my point would be that I think that the amendment that Mr. Cooper has made certainly does not stop any action from being taken. If anything, it assures that action will be taken, but not just on the location and doing the things that the motion has brought forth to do, but the amendment also brings forth an agreement that assures that it's going to get paid back. And Mr. Cooper has been very generous in the way that he has worded it. And I think it makes it, I know that I'm willing to compromise on that. And I think it's a very good amendment.
Thank you. Thought you said you were all done.
No, I have one more. I have one more item.
Still
I
waiting.
don't think this really assures that it gets paid back, but it just says that they do owe us the dollars. I don't expect it to ever get paid back. Maybe down the road, but it's so open that it could, I want to get the project done over there. It needs to get done.
Right.
And it's a good idea to try to get the money back. I don't think it's coming back. We've made these memorandums before, and some says come back, some has not come back. Don't expect it, but nonetheless, I am going to support this.
Thank you, Mr. Wade.
2 sentences, I swear, Miss Egg.
We're not gonna beat a
everything
dead
happened
horse.
so fast.
No.
Upon further analysis, this is a good compromise. I will support it, and I think this is good. So I changed my mind in 5 minutes, and thank you, Mr.
Now,
Cooper.
we will be voting on the amendment.
Motion to amend
The
first.
amendment,
Yes.
okay? And I've lost track, but I believe it's with you, Mr. Denley. Any other comments or questions?
We'll tell you if you're correct or not.
I have a question.
Yes, dear.
Of
I mean,
Linda.
yes, madam.
Of Linda.
Linda?
Linda, is this a 2/3 vote?
No.
What? You need
Six votes in the affirmative.
Is it do I need a 2/3 to amend?
No.
A vote? Okay.
Just majority on the
Simple
amendment,
majority.
and then 6 votes as amended, that's the whole motion.
6 and 6.
All right, Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes. Would you please read the motion as amended, Mr. Khan?
Motion as amended reads, from the supplemental docket of January 20th, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $134,455.84 from the undesignated fund balance general government account to the ARA intergovernmental account relative to the bid for remediation, demolition, and the heating costs of the Swank building located on Hazel Street. And further, that the ARA and the administration execute a memorandum of understanding within 60 days of the signing of the vote by the mayor between the city and the ARA for the repayment of said $134,455.87.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Conti. Any other questions or comments at this time? Okay. We will be voting on the motion as amended, and we will be starting with Ms. Head.
Ms. Hegney.
No.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. Motion passes.
There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. On the docket of January 6, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to appropriate $236,974.45 from the Water Enterprise Fund retained earnings account for water capital improvement item being 1,100 water meters.
Second?
Mr. Thibodeau, you were supposed to second.
I rescind my second. Go.
No, gotcha.
Doesn't matter.
We have a second. Motion is in order.
Just the fact that it's seconded.
What matters is that I had it filled in, I had to cross it out and rewrite.
All right, I've been crossed off many lists.
I vote on stuff that I'm not supposed to. Go ahead.
6 votes in the affirmative.
Any comments or questions?
No further comments or questions.
Fellow councilors, any questions or comments? Okay, this requires a roll call vote, and the start with Mr. Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
No.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes.
9 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. Motion passed.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. That completes the business that the Capital Improvements and City Development Committee has to bring before the council this evening. We look forward to a meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Mr. Kirby.
No.
Mr. Oops, I'm sorry. You just happened to block him right out. You know why? I just didn't happen to see anything from our illustrious counselor from Ward 4. Mr. Waite.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for zoning and land use this evening. We have no business, however, I'd like to call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Waite. Mr. Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. For budget and appropriations from the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move to approve the request of the mayor to transfer $34,830.34 to the citywide reserve fund for transfer relative to the city of Attleboro's 100th celebration from the following accounts: $3,071.41 from citywide special event salaries, $5,449.70 from citywide special events, $18,825 from citywide parades, and $7,484.24 from citywide amusements.
Second.
Any comments?
Quickly, yes. I did request from Mr. Lacasse a full accounting of this, which he is forwarding to us. He was not able to get that to me tonight, but he will get that to us this week. I was texting with him, like, I can't get that to you today. I'm like, okay, I'll get that to you. Can you come from you later this week? Yes, fine. So that's from Mr. Lacasse, a full accounting of the 100th celebration. I said all income and expenses.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Mr. Conti.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President. I want to state publicly that I appreciate the efforts of the mayor and the administration to trim the costs of the birthday celebration. It is through their diligent efforts that this $34,000 is being returned on what was estimated to be an overall expense of $134.
Yeah.
So, I am looking forward to see how much money they were able to raise, because I would expect that money too would also be brought in if this is actually money that's not spent, or money that was raised to cover expenses. I'm eager to know what that is, and that concludes my comments.
Great.
Any other comments or questions? Hearing none, and a roll call required, and we'll start with Ms. Head.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Waite. Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. That's all I have for this evening, but a call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Kirby. Mr. Thibodeau.
Thank you, Mr. Acting President.
Reporting for transportation and traffic, I have no business this evening, but would like to call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time, and I can hold off on my new business if you want me to.
Till next week, till our next time?
Till our next time. Yeah.
Thank you. And also, Mr. Waite is gonna hold off on his new business, right? Mr. Cooper, oh, you requested committee?
I did.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. Reporting for Public Safety and Emergency Management from the docket of January 20th, 2015. I move in accordance with Chapter 1, Section 12 of the revised ordinance of the City of Attleboro to approve the request of the mayor to allow the police department to expend approximately $15,600 of the 2015 Senator Charles E. Shannon Jr. Community Safety Initiative Grant. This grant requires a 25% match, which will be met by the use of the Recreation Department facilities and salaries of existing employees.
Seconded.
Any comments, what, Mr. Cooper?
No, sir. We discussed it last week in committee.
Okay, any other comments, questions? This requires a roll call vote, and we'll start with Mr. Denley.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes,
10 yeas, 0 nays.
motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of January 20, 2015, I move in accordance with Chapter 1, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to approve the request of the mayor to allow the fire department to expend approximately $9,318 of the fiscal year 2015 Student Awareness of Fire Education SAFE Grant and the fiscal year 2015 Senior SAFE Grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. There is no matching grant requirement for this grant.
Second.
Comments, Mr. Cooper?
No, sir. Again, we discussed this in committee last week. Thank
Any
you.
other comments? Roll call vote, starting with
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes,
10 yeas, 0 nays.
thank you. Mr. Cooper, you have one more.
Yes. From
I would consider you waiving the reading of this,
Yep.
seeing we've just read it a short time ago. I hope
Yep.
everybody understands it.
From the docket of January 3rd, 2013, I move to refer the following matter to the Planning Board for study and recommendation and to hold a joint public hearing on Tuesday, March 3rd, 2015, relative to the following ordinance: medical marijuana uses, registered marijuana dispensary. And as Acting President Blair suggested, I will waive the reading. We reviewed the changes that we've made, and we will have a public hearing on Tuesday, March 3rd.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you. I made my comments. I have no further comments.
Any other comments from fellow councilors? This requires a roll call vote, starting
vote.
with...
Voice vote.
Oh, voice vote, I didn't even read it. I thought something that important, but it's not. It requires a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, motion passes.
Thank you. That concludes the business for public safety and emergency management, but would call for a committee meeting next week at the appropriate time.
Nice work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Parika.
Thank you, Acting President Blair. I have 5 motions to bring before you this evening. I almost said this morning, but we're
Close.
close. We're close. From the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move in accordance with Chapter 2, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following police department vehicles as surplus and available for disposition. I'm going to waive the reading of the VIN number if that's okay.
Yeah, I believe you read them in
So it's,
committee.
I did, a 2008 Ford Crown Vic, condition poor, a 2008 Ford Crown Vic, condition poor.
Second.
Thank you. Any comments? Ms.
No,
Parika?
we covered this in committee meeting last week, thank you.
Any comments from fellow councilors? Hearing none. This requires a roll call vote, and it will go with, start with
Mr. Denley.
Denley. I'm getting there, almost to the end.
Yeah.
I didn't get the signal, I wasn't quite sure.
Mr. Denley.
Yes.
Mr. Churchill.
Yes.
Mr. Conti.
Yes.
Mr. Waite.
Yes.
Mr. Kirby.
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau.
Yes.
Mr. Cooper.
Yes.
Mrs. Parika.
Yes.
Ms. Hegney.
Yes.
Acting President Blair.
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. From the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move in accordance with Chapter 2, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following water department items available for trade-in or resale value, and to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. A 2001 Ford Ranger with 129,000 miles on it, condition poor.
Second.
I waived the reading of the VIN number.
Okay, yes. This also requires a roll call vote, and it will be started with Ms. Head.
Hey, that was a good eye sign. Almost like a free catch.
Ready? Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Acting President Blair?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
I was waiting to see if you caught that.
Yeah, well, you know. Well, thank you very much for the passing of that motion. From the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move in accordance with Chapter 2, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following water department items available for trade-in or resale value, and to declare the following as surplus and available for disposition. A 2000 Ford F-350 pickup with 173,098 miles on it and condition fair to poor.
Second.
Any comments?
I do not have any comments.
This also requires a roll call vote. Oh, by the way, any comments from the rest of the council? This requires a roll call vote, and we'll start with Mr. Denley.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Acting President Blair?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you. From the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move in accordance with Chapter 2, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following Park and Forestry Department items as surplus and available for disposition. 1 1960 Gravely mower deck, condition poor, and 1 Gravely snow blower attachment, condition poor.
Second.
We discussed it enough in committee. Thank you.
No further comments from my council. It requires a roll call vote, and we'll start with Mr. Hickey.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Acting President Blair?
Yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passed.
And finally, from the docket of January 20th, 2015, I move in accordance with Chapter 2, Section 12 of the revised ordinances of the City of Attleboro to declare the following water department items as surplus and available for disposition. 100 water meters, 100 pounds of scrap metal, a UPS battery backup APC brand in a condition that no longer works, and a lab line refrigerator. It also no longer works.
Second.
Any comments? Mr.
I do not.
Any further comments from the council? This also requires a roll call vote, and we will be starting with Mr. Denley.
Mr. Denley?
Yes.
Mr. Churchill?
Yes.
Mr. Conti?
Yes.
Mr. Waite?
Yes.
Mr. Kirby?
Yes.
Mr. Thibodeau?
Yes.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes.
Mrs. Parika?
Yes.
Ms. Hegney?
Yes.
Acting President Blair?
Say yes.
Motion passed.
First you have to say
Yes,
yes.
yes, yes.
10 yeas, 0 nays.
Motion passed,
Thank you.
even if I was premature.
That concludes the business for city property and claims, and I call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you. Before I make a motion to
What about
adjourn.
Ms. Heckman?
Oh, Ms. Hegney.
Ms. Hegney.
You have any business this evening?
I just have to say, reporting for Personnel and Human Services, there's no business. Call for a committee meeting at the next appropriate time.
Thank you, Ms. Hegney. I didn't want to miss you. I didn't do it on purpose. Before I make a motion to adjourn, I want to personally thank all of you for tonight. I thought it went pretty smooth, the public hearing, and everybody, I thought the public was satisfied, and I hope that they threw enough comments and information at us that we can give an honest opinion and.
Thank Mr. Kirby for the magic pen, too.
Yeah.
How do you do?
It was a magic pen.
Go there, go here, go there, go here. Very good.
Okay.
Thank you all. I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
You